of the box here, talking to the mission director, Dr. Tim Crane. He just called out telling Spark to turn some things off. That's because we need to
they say they
remain
have
in a
enough data to alert beam lines. That means they know where it is. They're going to shut off all the fuel to the engines, stuff like that. So you only do this if the thing is landed and it didn't crash. Now we're just waiting to see exactly what happened here, and it may be just too much information coming out too fast.
Headlines crossing the terminal here as we assess the signal from the lunar surface. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're spending time with
now they're talking about
NASA Watch.
Now they're talking about aiming the solar array to get power. So I think what this is, again, is they're down. It's just they're busy making sure it's safe, and they'll tell us what the picture looks like when they get to it.
Trying to determine the status of the moon lander, according to the company.
If you turn off OEs, then we cannot inert or vent the tanks.
Should it be taking this long, Keith, to have a sense of whether it was a success?
You know what? Like I said, I believe it. I'm pretty sure it's down. They're doing all the stuff that you would normally do after a landing. They're shutting off fuel lines. They're aiming the solar panel towards the sun. And so they know it's down. I think
that would be everything except
there's probably so much coming into them right now that they're focusing on making sure it's safe. And then at some point, somebody will put their hands up and say, we're there. The picture will come out, and everybody will jump up and down and pop the champagne.
If you're just joining us on Bloomberg Radio, Athena, the moon lander made by Intuitive Machines, may well be on the surface of the moon right now. This appears to have been a success. Controllers are performing tasks that will give us a better sense of the lander's position, remembering that last year there was a long wait to hear from the spacecraft on the surface, and of course it tipped over.
9 minutes after the expected landing, so let's hang tight.
9 minutes in here as we listen live from Master Control.
Of Mission Control, each one going through.
They're safing this. It's called safing the spacecraft, and that's what they're doing right now. Is they're making sure all the things that are turned off that don't need to be on, and everything's ready so that it can start doing the post-landing procedures. But the one thing we're not getting is the pretty picture, which most of us people want to see.
Yeah, that's right. Wouldn't that be satisfying right now? How long is it going to be on the surface conducting experiments, assuming they pulled this off, Keith?
Well, usually they plan this. They look at if you look at the moon in the sky, you're looking for shadows, so you get the best relief when you're coming in, the best imagery, and then you plan it for at least one lunar day, which is 28 days or so. Take that back a bit. It's got batteries and so forth, and they have all the prime tasks that are done before the sun goes down. Then it's dark for 2 weeks. Then it comes back. It may come back and work again. That's often what happens. The Chinese rovers and landers and the Japanese ones and the Indian landers have all managed to survive several nights. So after one lunar day, 14 to 15 days, anything else you get is gravy, and it's just more science, more pictures, more information.
The fact that we are getting data from the spacecraft would be pretty encouraging right now. We are getting acknowledgement commands from the landers. So, Keith, it does look like they've pulled this off. How long until it gets to work?
It's probably a bit before it happens, but liken this to being on vacation and everything's going fine, and somebody says, take a picture, and you say, oh no, the cell phone's in my backpack. It's not the priority that you really need to land, but these pictures will tell them if it landed at an angle like this or something, the pictures from the cameras will tell them engineering information. So they do want to see this. But it's the sensors that are coming back to tell them that they're there and it's still alive.
Got it. Fascinating.
So we may be sitting here I'll be here watching, and maybe a while. I don't know, but I can't give you an answer. But if you hear some yelling from down south, you know that it worked.
All right. We're going to wait for confirmation, Keith. If you're going to watch that for us, we'll come back to you here as Intuitive Machines drops 17% shares of during this live stream. Keith, everybody wants to see some proof of this and some concern about what's going on there. But we are getting data from the spacecraft on the lunar surface, and we'll confirm this for you as we let a little bit more time go by. Mission Control will keep us posted on this. Also watching shares of Intuitive Machines while we're at it. A little different flavor today, but this is important, so we want to make sure you have a sense of what's happening here on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube, where you can find us right now by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. Why don't we turn to Wall Street? I mentioned shares of Intuitive Machines as we wait for confirmation. Charlie Pellet is standing by in New York. Charlie?
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Indeed, the chart of the S&P 500 index today looking like a lunar landing to the right and down. All S&P 500 sectors are lower. You mentioned shares of Intuitive Machines, LUNR, as in lunar. That stock right now trading lower by 6.5%, certainly narrowing its loss. We'll keep that for you right here. Keep tracking it for you here on Balance of Power. Right to the numbers here. A down day, perhaps putting it mildly. S&P down another 1.75%, down 104 now. We've got the Dow down 504, lower by 1.4%. NASDAQ down 419, a drop there of 2.3%. 10-year 4.29% with a 2-year 3.97%. Spot gold flat on the day, 29.19 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%. Right now, WTI trading at 66.15 a barrel. The Labor Department issues a monthly employment report tomorrow. A batch of job market data released today, sending mixed signals, as we hear from Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Weekly jobless claims are down, falling to 221,000, the second drop in 3. However, the total number of American workers collecting unemployment checks is running near a 3-year high. Meantime, an outplacement firm, Challenger Grain Christmas, has issued some dour news. It says February had the largest number of job cut announcements in 5 years, led by the Trump administration's mass firings. Friday's jobs report, meantime, is expected to signal modest growth. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Grindr, the online dating platform for LGBTQ users, is plunging after earnings. Grindr now down by 16.4%. Again, shares of Intuitive Machines, the lunar lander, LUNR on the ticker, down now by 10.3%. S&P down 1.8%. Back we go to Washington as Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Well, I guess it's off the lows, at least, Charlie. Intuitive Machines trying to stage a moon landing. Today's status of the spacecraft is unclear. We'll keep tabs on it for you as the stock sinks, waiting for some confirmation. It does appear to have landed. We just don't know exactly what condition it is as the spacecraft, the lunar lander, does continue to send data back to mission control. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on the fastest show in politics. A story fast changing is the one surrounding the Department of Education. If you can tell what's going on here, maybe you can let me know. As the Wall Street Journal comes off the top rope this morning with a big splash, President Trump set to sign an executive order today to abolish the Department of Education. And boy, that probably didn't feel like a big surprise because he said he wanted to do that. The reason why he hired Linda McMahon was to shut the thing down, right? He told Linda McMahon, I want you to work yourself out of a job. This is part of the promise on the campaign trail. The Wall Street Journal says it got a draft of the order. They looked at this thing, directing Linda McMahon to take all necessary steps to facilitate the closure of the Education Department based on, quote, the maximum extent appropriate and permitted by law, unquote. She just got the job. They just swore her in. Enter the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, with the tweet, more fake news. Big Drudge-style siren. President Trump is not signing an executive order on the Department of Education today. So we're a little confused about where this is all going, and it's where we start our conversation with our political panel. John Seaton is back, the founder, CEO, Echo Canyon Consulting, our Republican strategist, Brad Howard, our Democratic strategist, and the heart and soul of the Corcoran Street Group here in Washington. Great to see you both. Welcome back. John, it's been a minute. It's great to see you. I wonder your take on this. Is it just a matter of time they close the Education Department? Or are they calling it fake news because we have the wrong day here? Or do you actually see this from a different angle?
Well, it's good to be with you again, Joe, and thanks. Yeah, I think that this is, to your point, a promise that the president made on the campaign trail. It's been kind of a hobby horse for conservative activists for decades. I think people are very unclear what the federal Department of Education actually does when really the role of education is more in states and local communities. So I do expect that President Trump and Secretary McMahon will do everything they can within the confines of the law to really shrink the size or completely eliminate the Department of Education eventually. I think this is probably more of a timing issue than anything else.
Brad, this department has an annual budget of $268 billion. This would be a pretty big move for Donald Trump, even though many people see it coming I was under the impression that it would take an act of Congress, though, not an executive order, to shut down an entire federal agency. Am I wrong?
I mean, you're right. You're right. But look, there's several ways you can smother an agency. You can, appropriators can zero out their funding. Authorizers can, remove the language that creates the organization. You can, as an executive order, he can probably move a lot of offices out of the Department of Education. I'm not a constitutional law expert. Thankfully, we have one in Jamie Raskin, who's the head of Judiciary, who I'm sure will be involved in this effort. Lawsuits will most certainly come out of everywhere you can imagine. This will be a shock to, I think, a bunch of folks who, you got to keep in mind, too, the reason why we have the Department of Education is because we had, for so many years in America, a big divide in public education. You had rural versus urban. You had black versus white. Nothing was fair or equal, and that was the whole point, was if states aren't going to fund education for black folks in Mississippi, then the U.S. government will step up and make sure that they do that if they want their federal funding. And keep in mind, a lot of education policy is tied to funding, right? Like if you want your funding for your school expansion or your state or whatever, then you need to make sure your schools do X, Y, or Z. It's what we call the power of the purse. And so, there's a lot of what Congress does in that. And so a lot of these things that we think the Department of Education is forcing on people, it's not. I mean, it's voluntary, but technically, it's not voluntary because you need the money. So it'll be interesting to see how all that plays out. You keep in mind that the ultimate role of the executive is to disperse the funding. So if he stops doing that, you're going to have an education crisis. And by the way, let's be clear, the states he's hurting the most are going to be the red states. They're the ones that have the smaller budgets. They're the ones that have the smaller tax base. They're the ones that struggle already to fund education. So you're going to see a dramatic shift to public education in America, and the people that benefit are going to be the ones that own private education institutions, which is what I suspect is the real motive from a lot of folks here.
Well, you wonder if this is the next thing going to the Supreme Court. John Seaton, the court 5-4, unfreezing the payments from USAID to go to contractors who already completed the work. That's $2 billion, one of the first things that the Trump administration tried to stop here. There'll be another ruling later on unfreezing billions more in future USAID payments. Does this Department of Ed attempt end up in the courts?
I think my colleague is absolutely correct, and like him, I'm not a legal expert, but yeah, I do think that we would expect there to be litigation around this. And again, the department was created by Congress, can only be formally dismantled by Congress, but there's a lot of things that the executive can do to shrink the size and the scope and the influence of the Department of Education. Again, I think this is what a lot of conservative supporters of the president want. Frankly, it's what he talked about on the campaign trail. Education really should be handled by state and local communities, and that's where I think this is headed.
Well, I've got two congressional minds with me here, so I have to ask you about what else is happening on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. We spend so much time talking about on-again, off-again tariffs, whatever executive order may be signed that day. We're going to get more today, apparently at 2 o'clock. But guys, the government's going to shut down in 9 days unless something is taken care of. And you both spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill. You have a sense of this, and I keep hearing that it's different this time, Brad, that Wall Street maybe shouldn't assume that everything's going to be okay. Democrats are angry, and Republicans need them to fund the government. What do you think?
Well, look, I think you've got the reason I think that Wall Street should pay attention to this is you've got a president who almost wants a shutdown, right? I think he's itching for this fight. I think you've seen that he is okay with a lot of temporary pain in order to, save the patient, as he would say. I think what Democrats are frustrated by is that we spend all this time, and I'm shocked that like Tom Cole and, the folks on the Republican side and Mitch McConnell aren't as equally frustrated. The Congress spends probably 6 months out of the year at a minimum putting together the appropriations budget to fund the federal government. It is very clear. It is the primary purpose. If you read Article 1 of the Constitution, the primary purpose of the Congress is to appropriate the money. The people's representatives determine where the money goes around the country. The executive's role is essentially just to dole it out the way they're told to by Congress. That has been very clear from the beginning, and the Supreme Court has backed up that precedent. So Democrats are, questioning if Trump is going to withhold funds, not disperse them or move them around. And we had this fight back when I was in Congress with Stephanie Murphy, that there was you remember the whole kids in cages at the border? well, we were trying to send money to help with the families there at the southwest border, and Trump was using the money and transferring it over to build the wall. And so the big battle lines became, what do we do about transfer authority? This is a similar debate here. I think polling suggests, at least the polling I've seen from groups like Center Aisle Coalition, is that American people aren't really going to appreciate a shutdown if the Democrats do it, unless it's about Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid. Like if the Democrats can rally the message behind protecting those essential benefits for folks, particularly seniors, then I think they've got a strong message. But anything else is going to be a hard sell to American people. I think it's only going to empower the Republicans. I also have concerns about Democrats' ability to coordinate around a message right now in this environment. We saw it in the Al Green censure vote that just happened. So I think Democrats should be very careful here. That's a fight for the courts. If the Republicans aren't going to assert their Article I privileges and put impeachment on the table, then this is an argument for the courts, and we got to pray that the courts do what they do and that the Trump listens to the courts.
John, where are you on a shutdown here? I mean, we're going to talk about this massive reconciliation bill, Trump tax cuts and so forth. We can't even figure out, it seems, how to keep the lights on in the government. This would go through the end of the fiscal year. Freedom Caucus, is going to hate it. Pentagon hawks are going to hate it. Democrats might not be there to help. What's going to happen?
Right. Well, I think it's very interesting that the Freedom Caucus will hate it, but it seems more and more likely that as one member after another of the Freedom Caucus, Congressman Harris, I saw from Maryland recently, expressed an openness to voting for a CR, as has Congressman Burleson of Missouri. So some hardliners, Chip Roy, who generally hate funding the government this way, seem very, very willing to get in line. And to Brad's point, I think that if Democrats are perceived as the cause of the shutdown, it will reflect very poorly on them. Generally, the majority party and the party that controls the White House is blamed. But in this case, if it is perceived that Democrats are the reason that the government's shutting down, I think it will really be a backlash for them, especially with so many Republicans seemingly willing to kind of go against their previous behavior and fund a CR through September.
Yeah, we've got a great panel today. John Seaton, Brad Howard. I guess everybody has a plan until Trump punches you in the face. This is something that we're learning here on a daily basis. Our panel will be back with us in our second hour with a lot more to talk about. We're going to dig into the market reaction to this on-again, off-again tariff situation. Mexico gets a massive exemption. We'll be joined by Michael McKee, who will run through the data, spend time with Congressman Ryan McKenzie, the Republican from Pennsylvania, will join us when Kaylee Lines enters the conversation. And we'll welcome our global television audience to hour number 2. Stay right where you are here on the fastest show in politics. We're keeping tabs on the Moonlander, a news conference now set for 4 p.m. Eastern. This is Blue.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Tariffs come, tariffs go, but Wall Street keeps heading lower. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as President Trump now says he will exempt Mexico from 25% tariffs under the USMCA. He's also exempting autos for Canada. So what's left? I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Thanks for being with us on the Thursday edition, the early edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, it may not matter when it comes to the markets. They've got an allergy to tariffs and uncertainty.
Well, that's certainly so, as we're right around the lows of the session right now, down nearly 2 full percentage points on the S&P 500, more than that on the NASDAQ 100. And I do have to consider, if we think about the equity markets as a discount mechanism forward-looking, if they're saying, okay, yes, we have an exemption for now, but this only goes until April 2nd, when much wider tariffs are set to kick in, what's the good news for when we know bad news is coming?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of concern about front-running tariffs that could result in a pretty lackluster second half of the year. We've got a lot of concerns about inventories ordering, and Michael McKee will help us with some of that, along with our economic data not helping the markets today. Also talked to a Republican from Pennsylvania who might have some concerns about tariffs hitting his district.
Yeah, keeping in mind, April 2nd is not the only date we're watching. Next week is when steel and aluminum tariffs are set to kick in. We have to consider those implications as well. But you're exactly right. The economic data today, something to behold. A record U.S. trade deficit as everybody tried to get ahead of these levies going in. Some interesting challenger jobs data as well that signals the DOGE cuts in the federal workforce are going to have an impact. We'll get into all of that in just a minute, but let's first get into the market reaction to all of this. Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lines. All about tariffs and tech. Right now, we are looking at stocks trading at very close to session lows. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, a lot of red on this Thursday. S&P right now down 102. That is a drop of 1.8%. The Dow now lower by 490 points, down 1.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 416, a drop there of 2.2%. Traders continue to navigate a slew of tariff headlines. Also, several big tech names posting disappointing results. The 10-year, 4.29%, with the 2-year right now, 3.98%. Spot gold, little change, down 1/10%, $29.16 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1/10%, right now, $66.37 a barrel. And Bitcoin now lower by 1.9%, 88,653 on Bitcoin. Marvell Technology plunging after the chipmakers' results and revenue forecasts failed to live up to investors' lofty expectations. Marvell now down by 17.5%. CrowdStrike tumbling after earnings, down 1.9%. MongoDB, the database firm, also lower after earnings, down now by 23.8%. Recapping, the S&P down 1.8%. We do have the 10-year currently yielding 4.29%, 4.29 on the 10-year. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the markets, which you cannot necessarily separate from policy these days, as we are now 6.5 weeks into the Trump administration. Keeping in mind, this is a president who, during the first term of his presidency, liked to use the stock market as a barometer of how he's doing. The barometer right now probably isn't sending ultra positive signals, though, and this is actually something that was asked of the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, during a briefing yesterday.
President Trump has made clear, Caroline, that he loves tariffs, but the stock market does not. How does he factor that into his decision making?
I think for folks on Wall Street who may be concerned, look at what this president did for you in his first term. Wall Street boomed, stock market boomed. The president expects that to happen again, but most importantly, Main Street is going to boom, and that's why the president has this whole of government economic approach, which includes tax cuts, tariffs, regulation cuts, and an energy industry that will bring down costs for American consumers.
Well, it just isn't happening yet. Markets have taken us on quite a round trip back in time to before the election. And that's where we start our conversation with Michael McKee, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent. He's with us from world headquarters in New York. Michael, of course, your forte is the economy. You can speak to the data today, whether it's the trade gap, whether it's challenger jobs. You know the federal workers are going to start showing up in the jobs reports at some point, even if it's not in the monthly reading tomorrow. But what happened to animal spirits? I thought Wall Street was excited for this.
That's a good question. I think basically where we are now is that the market got way ahead of itself and PE ratio went way up and people started getting nervous about the possibility of something that would send the market lower. We had some disappointing earnings numbers from some of the biggest tech companies. And then you start to pile on all this other stuff, and people who are looking for black clouds are finding them on the horizon. And we certainly got some today with the economy. You mentioned the challenger numbers, 122,000 extra job cuts announced. Doesn't mean they'll all take place, but it caught Wall Street's attention. And we've had some other slow economic numbers this week, especially on the labor market front. So there's kind of a feeling out there that maybe this is a time when the economy is going to slow, and that will push the markets down.
But to Joe's point about when the reference date actually is for the jobs report we're going to get tomorrow, despite what we've seen in the challenger figures, I believe that was up 103% from the same levels last year. The DOGE cuts to the federal workforce are not going to really be evident in tomorrow's data, right, Mike?
No, if you remember, Kaylee, the Valentine's Day present that a lot of people in the federal government got from the administration was a notice that they were being fired. But that was the 14th, and that was the last day of the data survey period for the BLS in the month of February. So we're not going to really see a huge impact from what's happened since then. You'll get a much bigger impact in the March numbers when we get to April. So tomorrow could be sort of a head fake in the sense that we may get relatively solid growth. And historically, February is a reasonably strong month, seasonal month for job growth. So if that is the case, then maybe we see the markets rebound a little bit tomorrow. But as you mentioned at the top of the show, it's all the back and forth that's really making people crazy at this point.
So what is the thought at the moment here among economists on tariffs? And I guess I'll ask you again in 5 minutes, maybe when this changes. But we woke up to a world this morning where there maybe wouldn't be all that many tariffs. The USMCA was there for a reason. I guess we'll acknowledge that with Mexico. We've already got autos carved out with Canada. Is this getting better?
Better being a relative term. It is
fair enough.
Getting a little lighter, put it that way. And now, he said he told President Sheinbaum of Mexico that they're not going to tariff anything that is covered under USMCA because Mexico doesn't tariff us under that. And the same would be true for Canada, although he hasn't announced it yet. There seems to be some sort of additional animus with the Canadians. But the problem is he's still talking about, and his spokesmen are still talking about the idea of major tariffs coming on in the future, particularly this April 2nd date. Howard Lutnick was out today talking about these are, what we have now is just fentanyl related, and the big tariffs are coming on April 2nd. Scott Bessent a short time ago saying we're looking for the tariffs on April 2nd to raise a lot of revenue, and so. You can't plan. You just have to assume that something's going to happen, and you don't know what.
Well, you might not be able to plan, but maybe importers are able to hedge. I think that's what's evident in the trade balance data we got today. As I mentioned, the deficit widening to a record as the value of imports in January, Mike, rose 10%. What does that indicate about where inventories will be, assuming these tariffs are ultimately implemented? And if they stick around for some time, how long will it be until companies actually have to start eating the costs of those imported goods, given everything they tried to buy in advance?
Well, most of the buying in advance seems to have been in industrial supplies, things that go into making other things. And so it may be a little while. Metal products were a big category there, and that could imply metal products coming in from Canada that go into cars. And so maybe some of these dire predictions of how high car prices could go will be held off for a while. But there was also a rise in consumer goods. Now, it's not clear which kind yet. We don't know whether they meant bringing in clothing or toys or just what. those are lower dollar values, so they may not have as much of an impact. But you're right, it may postpone some of the pain for some time, although when you talk to Fed officials, as we talked to John Williams from the New York Fed earlier this week, he said companies are saying they're prepared to take advantage of this. If prices for their inputs go up, they're going to raise prices on American consumers. So we have that to look forward to.
Going to try to flex that pricing power. Bloomberg's Michael McKee, thank you so much. Of course, we'll be hearing more from the Fed in the aftermath of tomorrow's jobs report, too, when Jerome Powell speaks tomorrow. Certainly a conversation we'll all be listening for, and we'll have it on Bloomberg TV and radio. But joining us right now on Bloomberg, I'm pleased to say on Balance of Power from Capitol Hill, is Republican Congressman Ryan McKenzie, who represents Pennsylvania's 7th District. Congressman, thank you for joining Joe Matthew and myself. I would love to know your reaction to the pullback, it seems. We're already getting to tariffs that were implemented just days ago. What good does this chaos serve for American companies and American consumers?
Yeah, well, I think it's important that we shouldn't take tariffs off the table. They are an important tool in our toolbox of economic policy across the country. For far too long, they've actually been ruled out. And so I think it's appropriate that you put them on the table. Now, we are going through the negotiation process, which there always will be ups and downs. We've seen the reaction from the Mexican president recently saying that she appreciates the pullback in the tariffs because they're going to continue to work on things. Ultimately, the goal is to make sure that we actually do bring down these barriers that are impeding the flow of goods out of America, hurting American manufacturers, bring down those barriers for everybody across the board. And if we can get that reciprocal agreement, that'll actually be something that will be long-term more beneficial for American consumers.
In the meantime, Congressman, and welcome to Bloomberg, what should be the message to the markets here? We're dealing with massive uncertainty in a stock market that has round-tripped. We're all the way back now to where we were before the election. Is the message just hang on a little while, better times are coming?
Yeah, I think the message is that we do have to show some caution and restraint when we're making these wild moves. I think it's a little premature. And so, you know, I heard recently talk about a potential recession. I was asked a question about that. That is a long-term 2 quarters of negative GDP growth. We haven't even seen that yet happening in 1 quarter. So I think people just need to slow down. I think there are fluctuations. A lot of that we know is driven by uncertainty. We understand that. And so in Congress, we're looking to take swift action. We have a budget that is going to start moving next week to meet the March 14th deadline. Also with reconciliation, we took that critical first step recently here in Congress, and we want to make sure that we get these things done as quickly as possible so that we can bring back certainty to the markets, show them that Congress can operate on these critical issues that are important for the American economy, American workers, and actually get some results and help our entire country. So we want to make sure that we're doing that as quickly as possible. You've seen that action here in Congress from Speaker Johnson. When people said it was not going to be possible to get that first piece of legislation through the House, we were able to do it. Now it's in the Senate, and those negotiations are going to happen. So I think urging caution and so showing restraint, saying don't move too quickly one direction or the other, continue forward. There are a lot of positive economic indicators out there. And when I talk anecdotally to businesses all across our economy, people are saying that they're still very optimistic about America's future. And so they want to move forward. I think the presidency with Donald Trump was a huge boon to business because they were concerned that if Kamala Harris was in there, they were going to have significant pressure coming from the government in all kinds of areas. So that optimism is still out there. I'm not discouraged at all. So I think we just need to wait for tomorrow's job numbers and continue to hold tight on the tariffs.
On the steel industry in particular in your state of Pennsylvania, what are you hearing from them? Because we are expecting tariffs on steel and aluminum to go into effect next week.
Absolutely. So look, what we're hearing is that people actually do tout and credit some past tariff action for maintaining that activity here in Pennsylvania. And so that is rightfully so. We've seen China dumping their products into the market for years, and this was one way to guard against that. Obviously, they've taken routes to get around some of those tariffs, and we want to make sure that we are continuing to protect not only industries that are critical to America's economy, but also to our national security. And steel and aluminum are two of those industries. We cannot have people like China dumping products in purely not just to undercut the wages, but actually to discourage American activity and an American investment in national security related industries. So again, we need to make sure that we have that protection in place where appropriate so that we can actually have a strong American economy.
Well, Congressman, our viewers and listeners should know you represent the 7th Congressional District of Pennsylvania. That's home to Allentown, Bethlehem. Bethlehem Steel closed a lot of years ago. Will tariffs like these help to preserve the industry in your district? Is that your point?
Well, what I would say is, again, there are reasonable applications of tariffs. Again, to protect industries when somebody is dumping a product, I think is a reasonable approach. When somebody is doing something to impact negatively our national security, also appropriate. And so what we are looking for ultimately is long-term, not only free trade, but we want fair trade. And so many of these instances with our allies, they have been imposing tariffs on us, hurting American producers for many years, stopping the flow of our goods going into their country. And so what we want to see is we want to see these barriers come down across the markets for all of our allies. And ultimately, that will help American producers. So I think it's a little bit, of a red flag or a red herring that is put out there when people say that this is directly going to hurt Americans by putting these tariffs on. I question why then does somebody like Justin Trudeau in Canada say that they're going to take reciprocal action by increasing tariffs? That defies logic that they would be doing something in response that would be a negative impact and hurting their home consumers as well. But what this is about is a negotiation that we are going through right now. I think it is long overdue that we have this discussion and conversation because ultimately we want our goods to go into other markets without those kind of barriers. We want there to be low tariffs. That would help American producers, would create American jobs, which would raise American wages as well. So ultimately we're going to get there, but this process is a negotiation.
And Congressman, on a separate note, given your seat on the Committee on Education and the Workforce, there had been reporting today that the president this afternoon could sign an executive order for the dismantling of the Department of Education. The White House has pushed back on that notion a bit, but fundamentally, is that a job for the President of the United States, or should that be left to you and your colleagues in Congress?
Yeah, so that would be something that should come through Congress. So we've heard the same reports, haven't seen the actual language on something like that, if it's even going to happen. So again, ultimately, that should reside in Congress, and we're going to make sure that on education and the workforce, we do everything that we possibly can to protect American workers, promote education, skills trainings, workforce development. We need all of that in this era because as markets are transitioning, we want to make sure that our workers and our economy is best suited to compete globally.
Congressman, we've only got a minute left. I don't want to set you up to have to cut you off, but we're 9 days out. Will we avoid a government shutdown? Will you have the cooperation of your full conference and maybe a couple Democrats to keep the lights on?
I'm confident that we are going to avoid a shutdown, and the reason for that is because I think, as we just talked, when changes are being made via executive action and executive order, in many instances, those are things that actually need to be put into legislation. So right now where we are as a conference is that we believe any of these changes that need to be done legislatively, that takes a lot of time. So we need to slow down on some of those things and ultimately give ourselves the breathing room, the ability to put that into a budget if we choose to do that in September or the end of the year. And so a continuing resolution would bridge that gap, get us to that point later in the year where we could make those decisions. So again, I think we're going to avoid the shutdown now and then consider those changes.
Ryan McKenzie, Republican from Pennsylvania. Come see us again. This is Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are off session lows, but still looking at a loss of 1.6% now on the S&P 500 index. Tariffs and tech taking stocks lower. Right now, the S&P is down 91 to 57.50. The Dow down almost 400 points, down 0.9%, down 398 right now. Nasdaq down 385, a decline of 2.1%. The 10-year yield 4.29% with a 2-year at 3.98%. Gold little changed on the day, up $1 the ounce to $29.20. West Texas Intermediate crude also little change now, $66.32 a barrel, and Bitcoin is down 1.7%, 88,850 on Bitcoin. Macy's shares have turned higher, up 0.3%. It is the latest retailer to post better than expected results, only to issue a downbeat annual outlook for sales and profit, citing external uncertainties. And sources tell Bloomberg Walmart is asking some Chinese suppliers for major price reductions, with the retail giant's efforts to shift the burden of President Trump's tariffs facing strong pushback from firms in China. Walmart shares down now by 0.6%. So again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 94 now, down 1.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. We are live in Washington, where things are changing fast, at least when it comes to the narrative around tariffs. As yes, President Trump has said, at least until April 2nd, Mexico and goods under the USMCA agreement will be exempt from the 25% tariff that was just implemented on Tuesday, as he talked about Tuesday night. But he also, on Tuesday night, reiterated that April 2nd is still the date that reciprocal tariffs will go into place, which is why Mexico's reprieve could end up being short-lived, and who knows at this point about Canada. But on the subject of what we heard from the president Tuesday night, his voice, of course, Joe, was not the only one that was heard in the House chamber during that address to a joint session of Congress. At times, there were boos and shouts of lies from Democrats, but none more vocal than Democratic Congressman Al Green of Texas, who actually had to be escorted from the House floor.
Yeah, he was thrown out of the House and now censured formally, which is a pretty remarkable moment. Going back to Joe Wilson was not formally censured. There was a reprimand following the "you lied" moment. But people were really upset about this. And the part that's got my attention is less the outcome of the vote, more the fact that 10 Democrats voted for censure here. Now, Democrats, or some of them at least, are singing "We Shall Overcome" in the well of the Senate, while Tom Suozzi, Marie Gluesenkamp, several others here,
Jim Hines,
Ami Bera surprised me a little bit, but in some cases, looking to make a point, Kaylee, they thought the protest was inappropriate.
Yeah, keeping in mind the Democratic leadership had signaled to members in advance of Trump's address that they needed to keep their cool, remain stoic as the president spoke. Clearly, that is not actually the outcome that we saw.
Well, we're not going to do the whole panel on this, but we do want to get our panelists' view here because it just happened. John Seaton, a Republican strategist, is back with us today. CEO, founder, Echo Canyon Consulting, alongside Brad Howard, the force behind the Corcoran Street Group here, our Democratic strategist. Great to have both of you gentlemen with us here. Brad, talk to me. 10 Democrats, what were they thinking when they voted to censure Al Green? Did this need to happen?
No, the censure did not need to happen. I mean, it's ridiculous because of what we saw when Biden was president, and between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, and going all the way back to Joe Wilson, it's just outrageous. And Marjorie Taylor Greene did it several times throughout Biden's speech. On the last one, it wasn't just like a one-off thing. So no, the censure did not need to happen. But however, if I were a chief of staff to a moderate Blue Dog member of Congress or a New Dem, I would have said, yes, vote to censure, because you shouldn't do that. And the Democrats have got to have a reconciliation. We've got to reconcile. If we're going to be the party that's consistently defending kind of not morality, but the kind of good behavior, the professionalism of being members of Congress, of what the Republicans are doing is shredding decency and et cetera, then we've got to call out things like this. And when you look at it in a vacuum, did he do something he shouldn't have done? Yes. Did he stop when they asked him to do? No. Therefore, he was removed and should be censured. And I get that, like, that's unpopular thing on the left because of the hypocrisy, but like, you've got to take these things in the moment in time. It's a political game. It's, you know, and like, don't do that again.
So it needed to happen.
Well, and regardless of the reason, though, John, are censures getting a little too popular in the modern day House of Representatives?
You know, I do think that it loses its impact or its import after it's kind of used as a tool so much. And the one thing I think maybe some people, myself included, forgot about President Trump is that things move so fast. I'm guessing that Congressman Green, this censure, et cetera, will be forgotten in very short course. Having said that, I mean, I do believe agree with Brad that it's difficult. Democrats are in a difficult position, and look, I've been on the other side of a trifecta, so it can be very, very challenging when you're the minority party to kind of figure out the right way to respond to policies and actions that you strongly disagree with. But if Democrats really do want to be the party that is the kind of party of norms and of governance, I think they really do need to do what they can to kind of shut down the kind of behavior that we saw on Tuesday night.
Well, the fact of the matter is he'll probably be raising money on it, probably already is, because that's what censure does for you now. It makes you money. I want to ask you both about the budgeting process that's underway right now in the presence of Elon Musk. He was on the Hill to meet with members of both chambers yesterday, and we spoke with Senator Capito, Shelley Moore Capito, Republican from West Virginia, following her luncheon on the Senate side with Elon Musk. He then had dinner with House members. Here's what she said.
We just had lunch and Elon Musk was there. And if you listen to him logically talk about some of the waste, fraud, and abuse that they found in systems such as Social Security, where 15 people are getting paid off the same number, or 15 checks are being sent off the same number, things that make total common sense, this is where I think Doge has been extremely helpful and will continue to be, and even more so.
Brad, I'll tell you, though, you look at the wall of receipts and the trophies keep coming down. And I wonder if they've found enough money to save to make a difference in legislation. We don't even have to debate the Doge or the authority of Elon Musk or the rest of it. Will they have the goods to help save money this budget season?
Well, look, let's be clear why they want to save money here. They want to save money so they can cut federal services that people depend on to give tax cuts to billionaires. That's the whole point. We're trying to find these savings. But keep in mind, like, the issue here is not, I think what a lot of Democrats are frustrated by, and I'd say you're starting to see it at town halls from the average Americans too. It's not that they're cutting spending, though I think there are some Democrats that oppose that, don't get me wrong. But I think a bulk of Americans are upset about it, how they're doing it. When you're gutting things like closing Social Security offices and gutting VA benefits, you know, the people that benefited the most from DEI hiring policy in the federal government were veterans. If you're a veteran, you bump to the front, very top of the pack of the pile of resumes, because you come with the security clearance. Typically, you've had a review. You know they have a lot about you, information about you already, and you come with a specific skill set and you understand government, so you're a great hire. A ton of veterans got laid off, and is that really the people we want to? And even the White House advisor, she said that they're questioning whether or not they even have the capability or capacity to have a job at this moment, which was incredibly insulting for veterans across the country. And by the way, veterans come from their service with this stigma that they're not quite adjusting to the private sector, which is part of the hurdles they have in getting jobs, which is why the federal government said, if the private sector won't hire you, come to us. And so it's a mess there. How you're supposed to respond to these Doge emails and job things. I got a buddy that works for the FBI. He's like, it's so funny to watch. We'll get the Elon Musk email, and then next we'll get the Kash Patel email, and then it's just a mess. I don't think anyone thinks this process has been efficient. I get they're trying to get efficiencies, but we haven't seen it yet. And by the way, you can't trust the numbers they're putting out. They're claiming 8 billion when it was 8 million. They're claiming people were on the payroll or getting Social Security when they were 200. Even though they were in the roll rosters, there's an automatic cutoff at 125. So they're kind of misrepresenting a lot of stuff here. And when you don't have an independent or other branch of government confirming this information, which is what Congress typically does, or an inspector general or a GAO, then we're just having to take their word for it. And already they're full of inaccuracies and misstatements and lies. So I don't know what to think here. I welcome efficiencies, obviously, but this process has been anything but efficient.
Well, and the process, John, is running into a little bit of a headwind headwind in our judicial system. You look at the Supreme Court ruling on USAID from yesterday, in which Chief Justice John Roberts and conservative Justice Amy Coney Barrett ruled against the administration. We're seeing plenty of DOJ-oriented forcing DOJ pauses or rulings that it's not following the law in the lower courts as well. And we know that one of the things that senators shared in the room with Elon Musk yesterday is that he needs Congress to implement some of these cuts. He cannot do it alone, or he's going to run into court challenges. Do you think there's going to be a recognition of that in the administration moving forward, or are they just going to keep plowing ahead and leaving it up to the judges to decide?
No, look, I think the ultimate goal is going to stay the same, which is to find efficiencies, to remove waste, fraud, and abuse, to ultimately save American taxpayers money in areas where there's perceived to be an overreach. There is a judicial system in place. There is a Republican majority in Congress. So I do think that progress will continue to be made to find some of these kind of egregious examples of waste, fraud, and abuse. And listening to Democratic members of Congress and senators talk negatively about this and say at the same time, well, we all want efficiency, that's fine. But when there was a Democratic trifecta not that long ago, I don't recall a whole lot of actions being taken to look for some of these inefficiencies, to look for some of this waste, fraud, and abuse. And so, yeah, Elon Musk is very, very aggressive. He's a very, very smart guy, and he is going to, push as far as he possibly can. Where checks are needed, those will come into, place. But I think the goal is ultimately going to stay the same, and I don't think DOJ as a concept is going anywhere as long as President Trump is in office.
Remarkable headline here is the GSA, Brad, pulls more than 440 real estate sites off the market that had been put up for sale. Some of them clearly should not have been on the list. As Bloomberg reports, the inventory of properties included a specialized satellite facility for NOAA, a 3 million square foot FDI research lab, and this is a new one, a Northern Virginia campus. I don't know if you saw this, Kaylee, that does not appear in federal property records because of its association and use by the CIA. They apparently outed a black ops site in Northern Virginia. Brad, what should be the fallout from this?
Well, I mean, this is my point, right? You just it's sloppy, it's messy. The two reasons they're going this fast, right, is because number one, they've got to get the savings ahead of the end of the fiscal year so they can pull these services and give them to billionaires. And they've got to do that by September 30th. That's the end of the fiscal year. And conversely, Elon Musk's special employment designation runs out, I think, in like 130 or 120 days. So he's got to finish it before that. But this is why there are processes in place to review these things. This is why the cuts typically take a long time, is because there's so many sensitivities to Americans' personal and private data, to our nation's secrets, to all this stuff. We've got to keep in mind that when you rush through and you're letting 22-year-olds run the thing, they don't have the capacity to understand that and take it all into account.
All right, Brad Howard and John Seaton, our political panel today. Thank you both so much for joining us on this Thursday in which we're seeing a deep sell-off in the equity markets. Stocks now at the lowest level since before Election Day. We'll have more on that ahead on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Lows of the day right now on the S&P 500 index as stocks extend their losses. Trade, tariffs, and tech certainly rattling investors. The S&P right now down 2.1%, down 122 points again. Lows of the session on the S&P with the Dow now down 586, down 1.4%. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 509 points, down another 2.7%. The 10-year 4.28% with the 2-year 3.98%. Spot gold at $29.18 the ounce. Little change, down $1.32, down less than 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.1%. 66.26 a barrel on WTI. And Bitcoin right now extending its loss to 2.3% at 88,305. And our Nora Melinda is going to have a whole lot more on the markets for you coming up in just a moment. Earnings after the bell today will include Costco, Broadcom, and Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. They are all lower right now. Costco down 2.1%. Shares of HPE, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, also trading lower, down 4.5%. And Broadcom down now by 6.1%. Again, recapping, S&P down 2.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I am indeed Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew in Washington, where we are closely following the story on tariffs, the story on the Department of Government Efficiency, how all of it is translating into the economic data we're seeing, and how that's feeding through to what Charlie was just talking about. The markets today, the equity markets certainly not having a good one. And as Charlie promised, Nora Melinda is here with us for more. She covers the stock market for Bloomberg. So, Nora, do we assign this to the data we're getting, to the uncertainty around tariff policy, which arguably actually improved today with the at least delay of tariffs or a reprieve from tariffs on Mexico until April 2nd? What actually is up here?
Well, Kaylee, this has truly been a very dizzying news cycle, as you've clearly laid out here. We've got traders looking at not only economic data, but also they're monitoring these headlines that we're getting throughout the day about what the outlook for tariffs might be and what the outlook could be for a potential global trade war here. In some ways, it feels like the Federal Reserve's path forward is the last thing on traders' minds. We've got volatility really being the name of the game. We have analysts that are really pointing toward this idea that volatility seems to be the only certainty right now as we look at what things could look like forward. If we look at the volatility index, the VIX index, that's Wall Street's fear gauge, it's sitting above the 20 handle at about 25 right now. So that really tells you what investors are thinking right now.
What are the analysts saying? Looking at the VIX, it's the one green spot on my screen here, up 15% here, Nora, back above 25. Are analysts telling clients to cool their heels, just wait, or sell?
Well, Joe, I mean, that's really the question here. When you look at so many different areas of the market, there is a lot going on. But if we take a look under the hood, what's really been the uncertain point has been the tech sector. So we are seeing a pretty strong sell-off in tech stocks today. And that's all kind of couched in this idea that what is the AI intelligence boom going to look like moving forward, especially as we think about DeepSeek and the news that came weeks ago. And then now as we're thinking about what the outlook could look like in terms of how Chinese companies are really boosting their AI and whether or not a lot of these U.S. companies can stay afloat and stay in play here.
I want to ask you as well, Nora, because I know you cover home builders specifically, about what we've been seeing in rates, which have actually moved lower, and you're seeing a pickup in mortgage applications. Mortgage rates themselves have moved down substantially. Is that translating into some positivity, at least in the home-oriented sectors of the market? And is that expected to continue, frankly?
Well, Kelly, it's really mixed. I mean, as you mentioned, we do have some data that is a bit positive, if you can call it positive. When I last looked, mortgage rates were sitting at about 6.8%, but funnily enough, it's actually one of the more recent lows that we've seen when you think about mortgage rates. But as we think about the home building industry more broadly, we actually had Seaport Global Research. They released a report where they actually upgraded home builders. They're seeing a 27% upside when we think about the outlook for the industry. But I mean, if you ask the average person and whether or not they're really interested in taking out a 30-year mortgage rate right now with the high rates, of course, the answer is a bit uncertain.
All right, Nora, thank you so much from World Headquarters in New York. Nora Melinda, Bloomberg stock market reporter, really helps to set the baseline for us for the conversation we're going to have next with Nathan Dean from Bloomberg Intelligence, because tariffs are in the air today. We don't know exactly how this is going to land with Canada, but Mexico's got the exemption. Canada has a partial exemption, at least with regard to autos. Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, talked about it this morning at the Economic Club of New York.
People say, oh, tariffs are a regressive tax. Well, are they a regressive tax if you then use the income from tariffs to no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, making auto loans tax deductible? Those four policies, which President Trump put forward during the campaign, all accrue to the bottom 50% of wage earners and working Americans.
As we turn to the senior U.S. policy analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, Nathan Dean, whose phone has been ringing. Clients who have terminal subscriptions want to know what to do next. And boy, Nathan, great to see you again. You were here just yesterday because this keeps changing. You obviously can't make plans. The question is, do you throw it all out? Because this market is back to where we were before the election.
You know, we've actually been coining this the shock and awe strategy for tariffs. I mean, President Trump did this with his executive orders, and it looks like he's doing this with tariffs as well. He makes a statement. He makes we're going to put tariffs on Canada and Mexico. We're going to go 25%. Well, then we delay it for 30 days. Well, then we're actually going to put it forth. And then now we're going to have an exemption for USMCA goods, like Howard Lutnick was saying today. Mexico is now delayed till April 2nd. So what we're telling our clients is that you have to prepare for these tariffs, but you also have to prepare for the scenario that maybe a day or two later, you get this headline that says that maybe we're going to pare it down a little bit. Yeah. But, there's a lot of uncertainty that's still coming with this. But what we do think is going to happen is April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs are going to come. But then within the days after April 2nd, then you'll see whatever negotiations take place and something that could potentially get into the White House to scale that back.
Well, so I feel like we've asked this question of political strategists, this idea that do we run into a boy who cried wolf scenario eventually where it stops working as a negotiating tactic when everybody sees that you're willing to pull tariffs back and the threat doesn't last very long. And I wonder if it could be true for market participants as well, that they just stop taking him at his word on tariff threats until they actually see it in action. They no longer try to discount them.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, I think there's several people. I mean, look, I've talked to several people in the last week that are taking that view as well. That look, these tariffs are never going to happen. We even have this debate within BI, just whether or not on odds. But you have to prepare for them because there's only one person in this world that decides whether or not these tariffs go forward, and it's President Trump. And we have yet to meet a Trump whisperer that can predict at 100% certainty what is going to happen here. So you have to prepare scenario analysis, and that starts with preparing for these tariffs with the idea that potentially it could come back. Because look, we may do this on April 1st, and we may now have an extension to May 1st. We just don't know, but you still have to prepare.
Well, we're seeing a lot of front running ahead of any potential tariffs taking effect, and I don't want to try to fold you into being an economist here, but are you getting questions about this, the increasing potential, say, for a weak second half, because so much business was done to try to get ahead of the tariffs?
At the tail end of 2024, the number one question I got, whether it was New York, London, Berlin, wherever, was when is the United States going to deal with the deficit? And that question remains today. And the question is,
you said not this year?
No, but the question is, you have DOGE, you have tariffs, and you also have the House Republican plans to extend tax reform, which, assuming they use the baseline, could cost somewhere between 4.5 and even potentially higher. Yeah. And so I think traders are looking at this holistically, and they're trying to figure out, okay, when is Washington going to get serious about the deficit? My response always back to the trader is, you tell me when you get worried and we begin to see market moves.
So the vigilantes need to come out.
Well, we just haven't seen anything yet. And Washington is still going to proceed down this path. So, tariffs is a catalyst that's happening right now. You have the debt ceiling coming this summer. That potentially could change the fixed income debate a little bit. And then you have the House Republican tax reform at the end. But at the end of the year, I'm still not 100% confident that the deficit's going to be resolved.
Well, and before we even get to the debt ceiling or budget reconciliation, there's a shutdown looming potentially in just over a week, and no clear sign yet that they have a definitive plan that they know can pass to avert it. Nathan, where are your odds right now?
So I don't think that definitive plan is going to come until maybe March 13th at 10 p.m.
Excellent.
But what we are telling our clients is we are at a 40% chance of a shutdown, assuming the Republicans push forward a clean CR. I don't think the Democrats are going to be able to stomach a shutdown if the Republicans push forward this clean CR. If the Republicans push forward a plan that codifies DOGE cuts or includes policy writers, then the odds of that shutdown go up to 60%. I just don't think that there's really much in the way that, like, shutdowns are usually caused because both parties go into that debate thinking that their position is the one that's politically advantageous. I'm not exactly sure the Democrats are in that position right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if this gets kicked the can down a month or maybe a little later. I do think there is going to be a long shutdown sometime in the first 2 years of the Trump presidency. I'm just not sure it's going to be March.
That's interesting. I guess encouraging. That's not something the market would probably respond to very well right now. The uncertainty over tariffs, the uncertainty over debt ceiling. Now you can't even keep the lights on. What would be the market reaction?
Well, you have to remember from government shutdowns, from the market perspective, there really isn't any. We put the same note out that says, look, there's really no impact, even for defense contractors.
Psychologically?
Well, that's where the debt ceiling comes into play. I mean, going back to this mom versus dad thing that we've talked about in this program a long time ago, traders want Washington to remember that they want to get things done. Traders in New York want Washington to be able to get things done. And if you have a shutdown that goes a couple of weeks, that's not going to bode well for the debt ceiling crisis because the debt, well, I don't want to call it a crisis, the debt ceiling issue. Because if Republicans pull it out of the reconciliation plans, as we suspect, the debt ceiling is going to require 7 Democrats to go along with it. It's going to have to be a bipartisan affair. I don't think you're going to see a debt ceiling breach. We have an 80% chance that the issue is resolved before that X date. But Washington needs to provide, in the eyes of the traders, a little bit of maturity. And, you know, even though there's no impact from the shutdown, if there is political discord, that potentially could bleed into the fixed income issues this summer.
Well, and I would imagine rating agencies take note as well. If we all recall, while we didn't actually breach the debt ceiling last time, the United States still got downgraded. It's just not seen as creditworthy given the political drama around this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and look, I mean, there's
as creditworthy, I should say. Still creditworthy, maybe just not like entirely full faith and credit.
But I mean, that's an excellent point. There's a lot of questions, and especially we see this. You know, I was talking to our FX chief rates strategist this morning, and we were talking about how are Americans and how are non-Americans across the world viewing the dollar and viewing the euro and the peso and the Canadian dollar. And a lot of this credibility goes into the currency argument. So, you know, I certainly don't want to downplay that we don't think anything's going to happen. Headline risk is headline risk for a reason. But I would just say is that, you know, it's just more angst and anxiety rather than an actual catalyst that we can point to.
We've got a crypto summit at the White House tomorrow. Not just David Sachs, but a number of other CEOs and investors, stakeholders, and I guess the optics that will make good on this administration's pledge to lean into crypto. Last time we spoke was about this idea of a national reserve after the president put forth any number of potential tokens that could be involved here, not just Bitcoin. Will that be reinforced tomorrow?
I think so. I actually don't think you're going to see a lot come from the White House tomorrow. I think it's going to be more driven by the industry participants. And I think they're just going to air a lot of the talking points that we've seen before. You know, one of the biggest questions when it comes to this Bitcoin reserve, is it a Bitcoin reserve or is it a crypto reserve? Is Solana in there? Is XRP in there?
Did he answer that though?
Well, I mean, President Trump said that he wants to view it as a currency, you know, market capitalization fund with all these different currencies in there. But that's not exactly what a lot of folks in the crypto world want. They want it to be Bitcoin because Bitcoin is the one that's most decentralized and Bitcoin is the one that's most, you know, available for institutional usage. And so I think you're going to see these talking points coming out tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure the White House is going to offer much, A, because they don't want to correct President Trump if they feel differently, and B, again, there's one person driving this at the moment, and it's President Trump.
Really quickly, before we let you go, Nathan, stablecoin legislation, obviously, in both chambers is moving forward. I believe markups could happen as soon as next week. How quickly do you think that ultimately could get done, if it will?
I think it's probably somewhere between May and July. Okay. I think, you know, look, we have favorable odds on this, 70%. The problem with the stablecoin language, if you can call it a problem, is that it sometimes gets sucked into this bigger idea of crypto legislation. And if people start trying to boil the ocean as opposed to that one lake, then the stablecoin legislation could get pushed off.
All right, Nathan Dean of Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. It's going to be a big day tomorrow, not just for the White House Crypto Summit, but
no doubt.
Also, you know, the little thing called the non-farm payrolls report. It will be Jobs Day after all.
Yes, indeed. And it'll be curious to see how the White House spins the numbers. We're not expecting, as we told you earlier in our conversation with Michael McKee, much of an impact from the federal layoffs, the federal worker layoffs. Challenger makes it pretty clear today, though. They're coming. It just might be another month. By the way, how's Melania coin doing? We didn't ask Nathan Dean about that.
I'd have to check.
77 cents. We're at top out about $9. That won't be in the National Reserve.
No, probably. There might be some concerns about having that in the
That wasn't on the
National
list.
Reserve, potentially. No, it was not. We're going to be back with more Balance of Power later on in the late edition at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll see if the tariff narrative has changed again by then. Still waiting for confirmation as to Canada getting a reprieve until April 2nd. We'll bring you the latest later on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week, insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And away we go, everybody. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Thursday, March 6th, and man, another wild day, volatility in U.S. stocks, thanks to, safe to say, Tim, a lot of tariff headlines.
Yeah, I was looking at some charts of the S&P 500, Carol. We're down 1.9% right now. We are now down to pre-election levels, pre-election day levels on the S&P 500, you got to go back pre-November 5th, 2024 to see where we are.
It's a good reference point, right? Hey, more on all of that, the tariffs. We're also going to get into what could be another Chinese challenge to AI dominance. This is all top of mind for us on this Thursday. So we are going to dig into Alibaba's AI awakening to the world. Maybe we should have realized it a little bit sooner. I mean, we have been watching the ADRs, which have just been on
for 4 years. You've been watching them?
4 years, but especially this year, I think they're up more than 60%
Yeah.
here, the ADRs. There's just a lot going on, and especially in
But
today.
as you would tell me, it's been getting beat up over the last few years.
Yeah, listen, perspective, but I always think, when it's off and running, maybe like there's something extra going on, and we got a little extra today, so we'll get into that in just a moment.
Well, look, there's a U.S. story, too. As a result of this
Yes.
news, the chips are down for some U.S. semiconductors.
Yeah, the stocks, I've been watching it. At one point, all 30 names in the index were lower. And so, actually, is it 30 names? Is it 20 names? I'm pulling it up here. 30 names, 29 are lower right now, 1 to the upside. So we're going to get into that. Hey, tariffs, as we mentioned, tariffs on, tariffs off. We're going to have an update. We're going to settle down and tell you where we are.
Also, 500,000 U.S. jobs on the line as Doge fallout spreads. This ahead of tomorrow's U.S. monthly jobs report. All that and more coming up next, right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, checking the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is, Charlie Pellet.
Hey, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. Stocks lower across the board as Wall Street traders navigate intense market swings amid tariff headlines. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red, holding close to session lows right now on the S&P 500 index, down 112, 5730 where we stand now, down 1.9%. And worth mentioning that year to date, the S&P 500 index is now down by 2.6%. The Dow has dropped 534 points, down 1.2%, and NASDAQ down 480, a decline there of 2.6%. The 10-year 4.28% with the 2-year 3.97%. Gold little change, down 0.1%, 29.16 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude also little changed, up now by 0.1%, 66.35 a barrel. Bitcoin down 2.3%, 88,268. Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg is telling employees that tariffs imposed by President Trump risk driving up costs, highlighting the fragility of a finely tuned supply chain network that now faces disruption. Again, recapping, a 2% drop on the S&P 500 index in the year-to-date column. The S&P now down by 2.7%. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Television and Radio for the very latest on these fast-moving markets. We got you covered. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're up to date on the markets. And I have to say, when U.S. investors awakened this morning, they did so to further evidence that China is a serious contender in the artificial intelligence race. This will have massive implications, as you know, for the U.S. stock market as a whole, given how AI has been propelling big tech names in the past 2 years and fueling a sharp rally in the S&P 500 and NASDAQ indices. We talked about it at the top, Tim. One group that feels it big time today is the semiconductor space.
Yeah, the stock's down 4.3% as we speak right now. This after chip shares came under renewed pressure. This after Alibaba introduced its Qwen platform. It's a model that it claims performs as well as the Chinese startup DeepSeek, but with a fraction of the data. The news, alongside Carol, the underwhelming earnings are denting investor confidence in U.S. tech dominance in AI. For example, shares of NVIDIA down 4% at one point, down 21% since China's DeepSeek news came out in late January.
Beaten up big time. Let's get to it with Bloomberg News reporter Kate Clark joining us right here in studio. All right, Kate. So markets, certainly the chip sector, responding to news out of Alibaba. What do we know, and what might this mean in terms of the AI world, AI competition, and the AI trade that has played out over the last couple of years?
We now know that Alibaba is off the sidelines when it comes to the global AI race. I mean, they've been developing large language models for 2 years, but today's news is proof that they are now a formidable competitor to DeepSeek, to all of the American companies that are also battling for artificial general intelligence.
How do they do this without the most up-to-date chips from NVIDIA?
I mean, the same question is we could ask about DeepSeek, right? These companies are shocking American investors, American large language model developers with their amazing developments that they're doing under the radar quietly in China.
Do we know that these companies have been able to replicate what companies like OpenAI have been able to do by using less processing power, or are there still concerns that they're in some way circumventing the hard work that it takes?
It's hard to say now about Quen, which is a new model, and there was a lot of skepticism around DeepSeek, right, who claimed that they were able to develop their models with $6 million, right? I think we've learned more since then that there was other capital that was invested into that project. But yes, I think these companies do claim that these models are just as good as OpenAI, and I think that is probably true at this moment.
Kate, what access does the U.S. have to all of these models? What access do technologists have to it, to analysts that follow Alibaba and other AI firms? What access do they actually have to the models, and what goes behind them to figure out if what we are hearing from these companies is actually the truth?
I mean, users in the U.S. are using models like DeepSeek. ChatGPT is not available in China, and these models that are being built in China are being especially built to follow the regulations and policies that are obviously much more strict in China than in the U.S.
Is it fair to say that the U.S. and China are the countries that are the leaders globally when it comes to this technology?
Absolutely fair to say, and I think the U.S. is still ahead, but China is catching up incredibly fast.
How much ahead are we?
It's hard to say. I think that that's changing by the day. Announcements like this one, which again, DeepSeek, these things come out of nowhere, and they really rattle the U.S. market, right?
Well, we're going to be speaking to Jackie Davalos in just a few minutes about tech leaders going to Washington. But if, you're David Sachs right now, your crypto czar, your AI czar.
Yep.
How do you look at news such as this?
I mean, you're panicking. You saw the response to DeepSeek. I mean, this development with Alibaba is also in response to that. That rattled the Chinese market just as it rattled the U.S. market. These large Chinese internet companies, Baidu, ByteDance, Alibaba, they don't want to fall behind to a small mysterious startup like DeepSeek.
Right. Well, it's interesting, too. We have been talking just more generally about investment opportunities outside the United States. We've seen European stocks as a whole overseas gaining. We know about the massive spend in Germany yesterday. I'm looking at the NASDAQ Golden Dragon China Index. I'm obsessed always with this index. It's up almost 18% this year. Compare that with a decline of about 4.5% on the NASDAQ 100. So you see kind of some of that, all of that, not all of it, some of it, the AI euphoria now transferring from what we've seen in the U.S. market play over in the Chinese market. How are you guys thinking about as you cover AI? Does it become more commoditized? Is it moving to another layer where it's like the software companies are now more interesting? How are you thinking about this evolution?
Yeah, so we're absolutely in the era where all of these large language models are being commoditized. That means that these companies have to think more about specializing and tailoring these models to specific use cases so that their customers don't flee to the cheapest, newest, brightest new option in the market. And yes, it does mean also that we and investors are spending a lot of time looking at AI applications because they believe that those will deliver a larger return ultimately.
What do you mean by an AI application? Because you've got a new story out on the Bloomberg terminal about the hottest AI firms or startups that make models more useful.
Yep.
These are essentially applications that work on top of LLMs, such as OpenAI's ChatGPT.
Exactly. So that means that a company like, in my story, I mentioned Harvey AI, they didn't have to build a large language model. They didn't need $10 billion of venture capital money. Instead, they need a couple $100 million to build an AI tool for lawyers, which is printing money. They've surpassed $50 million in revenue in a short period. Investors are loving companies like this right now.
So I feel like we are still learning the language of AI. But so these are companies that agentic
is one of the words that we're learning to use.
Exactly. Inference, right? We moved from kind of data compilation, I guess, if you will, or data pulling in. But these companies that you're talking about, these startups, these app startups, so they layer it over a ChatGPT or another large language model.
Exactly. They build on top of Anthropic or ChatGPT, and they provide productivity tools like AI for coders, things like that, that make everyone's jobs a lot easier.
Do they have to license the LLM that they're using so then OpenAI or Anthropic gets part of the revenue that Harvey gets from its customers?
I think a lot of this is so new that a lot of these things have not yet been worked out. And the answer to that question is that probably will happen more, but I think for now, a lot of that's not.
How should we think about it in the context of like other sort of computer revolutions in the past? Are the the OpenAIs, the ChatGPTs, I should say, the Claudes, are those the kind of PCs or the operating systems, and then the Harveys are the programs that programmers write for these OSs?
Yeah, so OpenAI ChatGPT would be like the App Store, and Harvey would be like an app within the App Store. And so what that means is there'll be millions of these apps that will be birthed and many, many, many companies that are building on the application layer.
Kate, one last question. The NPC, we're talking about the National People's Congress over in China. China, we know, will put money behind initiatives, industries that they want to see excel. Is the U.S. at a disadvantage against China because of that?
Well, yeah, so the China is investing $100 billion, it said, into AI infrastructure, AI development. I think that the U.S. will follow suit. I mean, we've seen many announcements from Trump on this front, so I expect that they will mimic some of these announcements with similar large investments.
All right, good stuff. Really interesting. Kate Clark, thank you so much.
Thanks.
She's a reporter at Bloomberg News. All right, we're going to stay with tech. We're going to get now more to the semiconductor space that's getting hit hard on this Thursday, and it is on this AI news.
Yeah, Carol, I'm looking at the stocks right now. All 30 names in the stocks. The Philadelphia Semiconductor Index have been down today. The worst, Marvell Technology, down 18%. Most in more than 9 years. The company delivering a revenue forecast that fell short of the highest estimates, disappointing investors who were looking for a bigger payoff from the AI boom.
All right, with our roundup on the semiconductor stocks off of today's news and a look ahead to Broadcom earnings, we do get those after the closing bell tonight. With us is Bloomberg News technology reporter Jackie Davalos. She's there out in our Washington, D.C. bureau. All right, Jackie, first let's start with the semi sell-off that we're seeing. We just talked about it. We talked about Alibaba's new AI model that claims it performs as well as the Chinese startup DeepSeek, but with a fraction of the data. Is that why the entire chip space in the United States is down? Is it just worries that it's going to be different in terms of the AI space and what's needed going forward?
The semiconductor stocks are dealing with a few headwinds right now. That is a huge part of the puzzle at the moment, given what DeepSeek, that route that we saw earlier this year, that left a dent in investor confidence. It really injected this uncertainty that we might not see the kind of demand for chips as we have before because there's more efficient models that don't require as many of them. So yes, this news coming out of China had a lot to do with what to expect going forward in terms of demand, but you also have a lot happening here in Washington that's injected a new layer of concerns with regards to how trade policies, tariffs might eventually impact the supply chains for a lot of these big semiconductors.
Okay, let's talk micro now with Marvell, the worst performer on a percentage basis in the stocks right now, down more than 18%. We know Amazon is one of the biggest customers. That's according to Bloomberg data, but I honestly have a hard time keeping track of all of these semi firms, Jackie. So just sort of I need a whiteboard, I feel like, but remind us what Marvell's core business is and how it relates to AI and why shares are down so much.
It's a chip maker, and you're absolutely right. It has a broad base of customers, but among them are those in the AI space. So it's exposed, which is why you're seeing kind of this overreaction to what's going on in China. This trade tariff uncertainty really offset a lot of the gains that you think you'd be seeing after a pretty good earnings report. Similar story for Broadcom later today. It's expected to post pretty solid earnings on the back of strong demand, but we're going to see how investors eventually react because this meeting next week between President Trump and some chip makers like Qualcomm, Intel, HP is really going to kind of give us a barometer for how the manufacturers are thinking about their exposure. We're not sure what might come out of it. HP so far is the only company to have confirmed that meeting is in place. But given after what we've seen this week, a lot is riding on sentiment based off of what happens then.
Well, you mentioned sentiment, right? And this one is a big beneficiary of the AI computing build out. And let's remind everybody what this company does. And I'm reading from the Bloomberg story because I'm not a chip expert, but like you are and our Ian King is, but it basically provides chip design services. So those major tech customers, it helps them develop their own data center semiconductors, the hyperscalers, so the Amazons and the like, those big players who order a lot of stuff. So I don't know, like, what do we read into this? The hyperscalers backing off, or I don't know, where do we go with this in terms of the news from Marvell?
The hyperscalers are not backing off. As we saw earlier last month, they're spending. And if anything, they're ramping up that spending. Every player here across the ecosystem is poised to benefit from that, whether you're making these chip designs or you're actually manufacturing or you're further down the supply chain, providing some of those extra parts, servers, for example. We're seeing kind of the broader ecosystem lifted when you look at the fundamentals. But again, you know, a lot of this is riding on what happens here in Washington. And that's not something that plays out over the next couple weeks. Obviously, President Trump has changed his mind a couple of times. So this could be uncertainty that's baked into the sector over the next coming year. That's a lot for investors to digest. And so we might see bigger swings and, you know, less impressed sentiment when it comes to really strong earnings.
We could perhaps get a narrative shift when it comes to a company reporting after the bell today, a big one, Broadcom. Investors are certainly hoping that those earnings will shift the focus back to the bright spot of heavy spending on AI. Shares down close to 6% right now. Is it likely that this changes the narrative and says, hey, everybody stop freaking out?
I don't think so. I think Marvell was a great sign that, you know, no matter how strong your fundamentals are, that your demand picture looks strong, that your earnings are actually flowing through the bottom line. This, you know, Broadcom is a big player in the space, but it's not clear that that can really offset a lot of the deeper concerns that are underlying some of this rut that we're seeing in chips broadly. But, you know, what we could see is perhaps how kind of going into next week with some of these conversations around manufacturing and U.S. policy, you know, it could provide some confidence that at least the foundation is strong. Of course, that's if they deliver on those results.
Hey, real quickly, just got about 30 seconds. You mentioned, Tease, the meeting next week among tech leaders in D.C. Who's going to be there quickly and what's top of mind for all of them? Is it just tariffs?
So far, Qualcomm, HP, Intel are the biggest, you know, player when it comes to domestic manufacturing. It's so far only HP has actually confirmed that, but Bloomberg sources tell us that the other players will be there as well. Manufacturing, trade policy is the top priority on the agenda. But that's as if, you know, if nothing else happens in between now and then, obviously they want to know, is the U.S. committed to boosting domestic manufacturing, how their supply chains will ultimately be affected by U.S. policy.
All right, Jackie Davalos, thank you so much. You are Bloomberg News technology reporter joining us from D.C. We do have, though, a story crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Yeah, the EU is set to explore long-term reform of fiscal rules for defense. The European Union agreeing to begin discussions on a long-term reform of its fiscal rules to allow member states to spend more on defense. This, Carol, follows a push from Germany.
Right. We've seen for decades that they have been very conservative in terms of spending. We know that changed dramatically yesterday with a tremendous spend by Germany that came out. We have seen the European markets. We saw Germany rally yesterday and today on the expectations of spend, and that means more stimulus out into the money, into the economy, I should say, and certainly out into the market.
Well, markets are doing the opposite of rallying here in the U.S. The S&P down more than 2%. The NASDAQ Composite down 2.8%.
When we come back, wax on, wax off, tariffs on, tariffs off. Either way, we do see, as Tim just mentioned, markets reacting. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Tariffs and tech certainly dominating today's sentiment to the downside, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining right now. We are very close to session lows on the S&P, looking at a loss now, 124 points, down 2.1%. The Dow lower by 584. That is a drop of 1.4%. NASDAQ down 542 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, down now by 2.9%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares is slumping by 2%. The NASDAQ 100 Index, by the way, down now by 3%. The 10-year 4.28%. The 2-year 3.96%. Gold down $5.50 the ounce, $29.13, drop now of 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude, we'll call that flat on the day, $66.31 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin, meanwhile, down 2.5%, 88,122 on Bitcoin. Macy's is the latest retailer to post better than expected results, only to issue a downbeat annual outlook for sales and profit. Macy's down now by 0.6%. And sources tell Bloomberg Walmart has asked some Chinese suppliers for major price reductions, with retail giants' efforts to shift the burden of President Trump's tariffs facing strong pushback from firms in China. Walmart now down by 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, live here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. All right, hard to keep track. You know it. We have watched the headlines come fast and furious. We are trying, though, when it comes to the U.S. administration's policy on U.S. tariffs. What we do know at this hour, President Trump said he will exempt Mexico from his new 25% tariffs on any goods and services that fall under the North American Trade Agreement that he actually renegotiated during his first administration. So this does offer a reprieve for a major U.S. trading partner.
A reprieve, but perhaps just until April 2nd. Back to our D.C. News Bureau and Bloomberg Intelligence senior policy analyst, Nathan Dean. It's hard for us, Nathan, to keep track of it. What are you telling Bloomberg clients about what they need to know in terms of timing and how much these tariffs are going to affect them?
Yeah, so what we're coining this a shock and awe strategy for tariffs, where President Trump comes out here and says, look, this is what I'm going to do. It's going to happen. I'm not going to negotiate. And we saw this with Canada and Mexico. Tariffs are on, 30-day extension. Tariffs are on. Now we're seeing the exemption for Mexico. So come April 2nd, which is the next major catalyst, obviously there's potentially some negotiations with Canada to go between then. But with April 2nd, clients need to prepare for this idea that these reciprocal tariffs are going to come. But they also have to prepare for the idea that there are going to be exemptions. The one thing that President Trump does not want to see is sticker shock amongst the consumer base. So if you're talking about any types of goods, you know, we saw the big three automobile makers in there, they got their exemption. So I do think that President Trump will be amicable to some exemptions when it comes to April 2nd. It just may be in the days after April 2nd, not the lead up to it. So you have to certainly pay attention to it, because it's going to be really interesting to see what happens.
Can I just say, did anybody see the trade deficit today, widening to a record ahead of these tariffs? I mean, I know people might be bringing stuff in to get ahead of them, but I mean, we import a ton of stuff. So are we talking ultimately, Nathan, about a lot of exemptions to come?
Well, you know, that's the challenge here, is because, you know, every industry is going to want their own exemption. The big three automobile makers are in there. Tim Cook from Apple could be in there next time talking about an exemption for the tech industry. So, you know, what I think needs to happen here is, you know, we prepare for the worst case scenario. And the worst case scenario is reciprocal tariffs across the board. But then also you just have to remember that what are the industries and what are the consumer facing goods that American people want President Trump to bring the price down? Food in particular. This is something that drove a lot of voters to him at the end of in the election. So I think what the White House will do is they'll look and see, okay, what industries in which sectors do we think are going to hurt the American consumer more than others? And look, automobiles, technology, that's something that Americans buy quite a lot of. So I wasn't surprised to see the exemption for the automobile makers there. So it's really hard to tell, though, because there's only one person that decides whether these tariffs are on or off, and it's President Trump. And so we just have to, prepare for one scenario and prepare for the other.
Nathan, I know this is fast moving, and I know that we're only getting details sort of as they come out day by day and even hour by hour. But have we been able to, has Bloomberg been able to quantify now, given the 30-day reprieve from the tariffs on Mexico, what actually is tariffed in terms of amount of goods?
Yeah, so we were looking at this morning, and obviously the exemption is for all goods that are found within the USMCA. We think that's probably close to 100%. Not exactly, but even the president of Mexico this morning, the president of Mexico said in her briefing that's pretty much everything. So, I want to say that, obviously these, the headlines are there and so forth, but, we think it's effectively a push-off of the tariff until April 2nd. The situation obviously is a little bit different in Canada. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and President Trump have been feuding a little bit on social media, and I think that's probably going to continue because what we discussed this yesterday on the program, the negotiation stance that we saw coming from Mexico was different than the take that we saw it was coming from Canada, and it looks like it got different results. So unless that relationship between Ottawa and Washington changes, the Canadian tariffs may be here until April 2nd, if not longer.
Nathan, I mean, we can't get in his mind. We don't know what he's ultimately thinking, but what does President Trump ultimately want? Is it tariffs and pushback? Is it something else that he wants from these countries, from our allies, from our major trading partners? Do we know what it is?
I think what it is he wants a fundamental shift in terms of the American economy. If you listen to Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, in his speech this morning, he was talking about how, manufacturing can come back to the United States. The challenge with that is that in order to build a plant or buy a plant or shift the supply chain, you're talking about a 3, 4, 5 year, time frame. And, tariffs, on the other hand, are going to have an immediate price and consumer impact. So that's, I think, the challenge for the White House here is you have a long-term strategy and a long-term goal, but you're going to have to deal with short-term pain in the interim. The question is, will the White House stomach that short-term gain or short-term pain and the economic hit in order to achieve their long-term goals? I'm not so sure.
Well, it's interesting. When you talk about supply chains, we've talked with our Mark Gurman about the Apple supply chain, as massive as it is, and how that would take a long, long time to shift in terms of, so much over in China.
How much time have they spent building it up in China?
Several decades, right? And ultimately that assembly to try and replicate that, create that somewhere else, that is something that would take many, many years to do. Nathan, as always, thank you. Nathan Dean, Senior Policy Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from our Washington, D.C. Bureau.
Okay, so you're up to date on U.S. tariffs for now. But no promises for what happens over the next 24, 48 hours. We're going to stay in D.C. with our focus now on the U.S. labor market. We're going to get the closely watched monthly jobs report coming from the U.S. government tomorrow. Lots of conversations, though, being had right now about how the cuts to the federal workforce will impact the U.S. labor picture.
All right, with more on that, we head back to Washington, D.C. and to Bloomberg News Real Economy team reporter Mark Niquette. Mark, a couple things I want to get to, including the story that you guys have put out. Investors obviously focusing on jobs. We did get the outplacement firm report, Challenger Gray and Christmas, their report, talking about employers in February announcing plans to reduce headcount at the fastest pace since early in the pandemic, led by cuts in the government sector as the Trump administration moved to shrink the federal workforce. How bad is that? How does that tell us about what's to come?
Well, unfortunately, we have a jobs report coming out Friday that will not necessarily reflect the impact of the DOGE cuts. The survey period for the jobs report coming out Friday was the second week in February, kind of before the cuts really began. But it's going to expected to show sort of the first indications of the impact of these federal firings. And it's not just the federal employees who are being let go, but it's the contractors and folks who work for entities that do business with the government who are getting terminated as well as a result of the broader cost cutting and reductions that DOGE and the Trump administration is making. So we expect to see in the upcoming job reports for March and April, some more significant impact of these cuts. But I think you're already starting to see, like you mentioned in the Challenger report, the knock-on effects of the streamlining that's happening right now at the federal government, with these contractors and other folks who are being affected.
Does it have a real possibility, because the federal government is such a big employer in the United States, to have a significant effect on the unemployment rate in the U.S.?
It can. I mean, it's projected that the total impact on the private sector job market could be as high as 500,000 if you add all the direct and indirect reductions. It won't move the needle tremendously, but it would certainly have an impact on the unemployment rate going forward.
So, to the story that you and the team, Augusto Saraiva and Gerald Dillard, had put out, you guys note specifically that economists are seriously, looking at all of what's happening in the federal government and maybe rethinking their forecast for labor market expansion this year. What are you hearing, either anecdotally, or are they starting to put some numbers to it?
Now they're starting to put some numbers to it. A hit as much as 125,000, over the course of several months on individual job reports, because of this impact we're seeing of the reductions at the federal level. But we're also seeing some kind of interesting sort of ancillary effects, and we put it in our story today. States like New York and Maryland actively recruiting fired federal workers to join the state workforce. In a case where they have an opening in their state workforce, particularly for a specialized expertise, like some of these scientists and researchers who are losing their jobs at the federal level, come join the state workforce and work for the state. So there could actually be some opportunities for folks who are losing their jobs at the federal level to still get a job in their field just at the state level.
Is there any concern from you or economists that we might not get as good of insight from the federal government in terms of the data that they track, that we use, that we look to, that investors look to as a result of cuts at the federal level?
Yeah, and it's hard to even track, the impact of the federal firings. For example, we look at initial jobless claims to try and see, what kind of impact the federal reductions are having. And the unemployment claims are filed under a separate program for federal workers, and there's a lag in reporting that number. And some of the claims are not reflected.
Right.
Folks who had put on administrative leave and they have not yet filed for unemployment, for example. So bottom line, I don't think we'll see the entire impact of the reductions that are happening at the federal level in the various jobless reports.
All right, super important as we go through the numbers and maybe need to be patient to wait to see what the ultimate impact will be. Mark Niket, thank you so much. Real economy team reporter at Bloomberg News there in D.C. Downtown, on Wall Street, actually throughout the markets. It's not just downtown, right?
Not these days. Maybe you could head over to Midtown to go to the NASDAQ market site.
I do know. Hey, listen, markets are near our lows of this session, bouncing around the worst levels of the day. That means we're down 2.1% on the S&P 500, down 1.3% on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, a 3% decline on the NASDAQ 100. The Mag 7, folks, as a whole, down about 3.5% as we speak.
Hey, coming up next, we talk real estate and why, yes, it's really still all about rates.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Familiar story. Stocks holding at the worst level of the day. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. Traders continue to navigate intense tariff headlines, also keeping an eye on tumbling tech names. Right now we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. Equities falling across the board. S&P right now is trading down by 122 points, down 2.1% again. Just about the worst level of the day. The Dow down 548, down 1.3%. The NASDAQ Composite Index hard hit, down almost 3% now, down 537 points, with the Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares down by 2%. The 10-year, 4.28%. The 2-year now at 3.96%. Gold down $6 the ounce, 29.13, lower by 0.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.3%, 66.53 for a barrel of WTI. Our Nora Melinda will have a whole lot more on the markets for you coming up in just a moment. Among the names reporting after the close of trading, we'll be hearing from Costco, Broadcom, and Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. And then at 6 p.m., we've got an interview with Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, getting you up to speed on the markets. Those major equity averages just kind of bouncing around the bottom, at least at the bottom of the session today on this Thursday. So let's stay with that. Stock seeking as that tariff back and forth has been roiling and upsetting investors. Here in studio is Bloomberg equities reporter Nora Melinda. Nora, put in context, because I always think we have to be smart about the trade. There are times when it feels like everybody's running for the exit doors, and we know those kind of trades. And then there are days where there's reasons why investors are selling.
Right.
What are we seeing today?
Well, Carol, this has been a really dizzying news cycle as I've been sitting here. I'm just trying to keep up with all the headlines. But right now we have a lot of traders that, of course, are getting a bit of angst from these headlines that we've been seeing about tariffs and what the outlook could look like in terms of a global trade war, whether or not that's something that could be down the line. But additionally, on the eyes of investors are tech stocks. That's really what's been in focus today, and that's what we're seeing leading the sell-off today. And especially this is coming after a lot of angst and uncertainty about how the U.S. tech companies are faring in comparison to their global counterparts.
We're talking about with AI specifically.
Correct, the AI boom.
We've spent a big part of our show focusing on that.
I think what's surprising to me is we didn't really see a sustained bounce higher or away from the lows after we got the news that there was this reprieve on tariffs from Mexico for at least a month. Is that telling you that the market still thinks that these tariffs are here for the long term?
I mean, what I've been hearing from a lot of sources that I've been speaking to is uncertainty is really the norm. When we think about volatility, that is the new normal, is what people are saying as we think about these political headlines that we're seeing, but also the recent data that analysts and traders are digesting across Wall Street that hasn't been positive. It hasn't been exactly what we're looking for. And of course, we have the payrolls report tomorrow. That will be more that we can parse and figure out what the scene could be in terms of the Federal Reserve's path forward. But it's really so many things and so many things moving that Wall Street is keeping its eyes on right now that is generating all of this uncertainty.
So is it just everything, or is it, when you've got the stocks down 4.5%, when I look at the iShares Future AI and Technology ETF, it's down almost 5%. Is it the news out of Alibaba and their potential, competition to ChatGPT and the AI trade that has so propelled U.S. stocks higher over the last 2 years? Or is it the news out of Washington? It can be both, but is there one more than the other?
What I feel has been really highlighted today has definitely been this news about Alibaba and the tech route that we are seeing today, especially as you see a lot of those mega cap Mag 7 names weighing on broad indexes. I mean, we have the NASDAQ 100 right now flirting with a correction territory. So when we look at the tech stocks, that really has been the narrative across the stock market today. But of course, you've got all the politics in the corner as well.
Do we get to a point where we start to realize, or not we, but traders start to realize this is, we had some playbook from Trump 1.0. So they have an understanding that things move so quickly and that, don't necessarily make quick decisions.
Right. I mean, it's something that we have seen before. Of course, this is Trump 2.0. So we are used to this idea of things moving rapidly and trying to figure out where to best position yourself. But ultimately, it's difficult to predict the future, especially with headlines that are opposite to one another and kind of creating a bit of instability in terms of investor sentiment right now in the market. So just something that people are really staying strapped in and trying to see what the ride looks like moving forward.
All right, going to leave it there. Nora, thank you so much. Bloomberg Equities reporter Nora Melinda. We're going to get another take on kind of what's been going on in the markets with someone who's actually been watching the rates, U.S. rates market pretty closely.
Yeah, I want to bring in Thomas Carroll, founder and CEO at the registered investment advisor Ballast Rock Asset Management. It invests in multifamily real estate properties and also in venture capital. The firm has about $240 million in assets under management. Thomas joining us from Boca Raton, Florida. Thomas, good to have you here. Look, I just want to start on a day like today, where you see the markets really volatile. Grateful to be in an asset class that doesn't buy and sell at the whim or click of a button.
Absolutely. And in fact, it's fascinating. Over the last 2 months, we've seen a real uptick in investor demand for our asset class, for interest in investing. Simply, I think, a large part because they are nervous about the forward for equities and for public markets, and they don't want to be in an asset class that gyrates as much as we've seen in equities. So after 2024, which frankly was a bull market year in general, we on the private markets investing side found it quite challenging to raise capital in 24. However, 25 has started totally differently, and I think it is driven by people seeing significant volatility in their public markets exposure.
So essentially what they're saying is we don't want to be in public markets because it's too volatile. We'll pull the money from public equities and instead we'll invest it in alternatives. And one of those alternatives is with you.
And can I just say that that's what we heard from Raj Danda of Ares Wealth Management.
Who has a huge focus on privates.
Yeah, so that the volatility of the public markets is freaking people out. But forgive me, go ahead.
Is that what it is, Thomas?
Absolutely. And it's not necessarily as direct as pull out and put in, because, of course, placing capital into private markets is a slower, more stable process. But certainly reallocation, proportionally adjusting portfolios, we believe that we are seeing that. And we're certainly seeing it here at the coalface, raising capital for private market deals across venture capital and real estate.
You know, we are living on headlines out of the White House, and we do have some crossing the Bloomberg terminal. President Trump signing an action on Canadian tariffs, excluding those goods in the USMCA trade agreement. This is something we've been talking a lot about. He said also, he's speaking to reporters at the White House, most tariffs will start April 2nd. And is also making some comments about shipping. Global Shipping says CMA CGM Shipping Company will invest $20 billion into the United States. This is something he talked about in his address to a joint session of Congress. He also is signing the order to modify 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. He says the U.S. will grant some tariff exemption to Canadian potash, and the U.S. could drop tariffs on Canada, Mexico with fentanyl progress. But again, the big headline, the United States pausing tariffs in Canada and Mexico. This is under the USMCA trade agreement. This is until April 2nd.
You mentioned the headline about ships and why more ships are not flagged in the United States. I'm just taking a look, Carol, at some of the large cruise operators. Norwegian down about 5%. Carnival down a little more than 5.5%. Did take a leg lower later in the session today. Viking down 5.6%.
Right, and some of this too is also kind of the military ships, right? That in terms of shipbuilding, I should point out that U.S. stocks are just coming off. We're seeing a little bit of a uptick in terms of the trade, so a move up off of their lows. So, Thomas, you know, we live on these headlines that are coming out of D.C., and rightfully so, because they do move the financial markets. Some of them do, not all of them do. How do you take in U.S. policy out of the White House? How does that ultimately impact your world? Rates are important. If rates go up, that's going to be more problematic, I would assume. If rates go down, that could be better, as long as we're not maybe in a recession. But tell us how you see it.
Well, we certainly have to manage to a long-term view. We cannot be driven by short-term decisions in the same way that a hedge fund trader or market maker can be in public markets. So we view our job more like, I'd say, driving an oil tanker and having to make decisions 2 miles out if we want to turn course in the way that we build portfolios and execute acquisitions and dispositions and value-add strategies. So we're certainly taking a long view. These short-term decisions, though, and their driver on interest rates do impact us both for the positive and for the negative. The positive in that actually rate volatility, and in particular what we perceive as a likely rates higher for longer as inflationary pressures like tariffs and deglobalization and nearshoring, those are all inflationary pressures that will really require the Fed to keep rates higher for longer. That pressure, a lot of sponsors out there, a lot of real estate owners out there who acquired assets at the peak in 2020 or 2021 and even 2022 have been clinging on for dear life, waiting for rates to drop. And especially those that had acquired assets at the peak using floating rate short-term bridge financing have been desperately waiting for that rate drop. And if it's not going to come, they will have to concede and likely take a loss. But that will certainly get the acquisition market started again, a market that stalled through 2023 and 2024. So that opportunity for those of us that are well capitalized is really exciting. We see the next 2 years with a lot of sellers just conceding and capitulating. We see that as a great opportunity to acquire if you're well capitalized.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Thomas, so good that we could get to you on this day when there's a lot going on in the markets and get your perspective, an important one. Thomas Carroll, founder and CEO at the registered investment advisor Ballast Rock Asset Management. They've got about $240 million in assets under management, joining us there from Florida.
Hey, some more headlines coming out of Washington, D.C. Carol mentioned the big one, the U.S. pausing tariffs on Canada and Mexico when it comes to USMCA trade until April 2nd. The president, though, in the last few minutes also saying there will be a little short-term interruption, and I would imagine he's been asked about the stock market. He said, I'm not even looking at the stock market. We're getting headlines from the White House pool that is in the White House right now. We will get playback, from the president's comments, and we'll bring those to you as soon as we get them.
All right, so the president says, I'm not even looking at the stock market. We certainly are, and we are seeing stocks take a leg up on some of these headlines coming out of the Oval Office and from the president. The president now saw the trade on this Thursday. The S&P 500 still down about 83 points, a decline of 1.4% off its lows of the session. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 325 points, down 0.75 percentage point. And the NASDAQ 100, a decline of 474 points. That is good for a decline of about 2.3%. But again, if you look at the charts, you're seeing a leg up. So we are seeing stocks off their lows, and that seems to come off of some of these delays in terms of the implementation of tariffs. We mentioned the president saying he's not even looking at the U.S. stock market. We are. We're also watching shares of a name like Alibaba, which is down about 1.2%. But man, the ADRs, Tim, that trade here in the United States, they're up 64% this year.
Well, let's talk about Alibaba. As we noted, they introduced its Qwen platform. It's a model that it claims performs as well as Chinese startup DeepSeek, but with a fraction of the data. With us is Baird technology strategist Ted Mortensen, with us from Tampa, Florida. Ted, I think this coming as a surprise to people, especially just a few weeks after we got the DeepSeek news. What do we need to know about this announcement from Alibaba?
Well, there's two things. Number one, I would consider this almost as a war between the U.S. and China for Gen AI leadership. This is a major advance. And I think if you look at Alibaba's last report, when they focused on their cloud intelligence group, they let the street know for the first time that they're going to spend roughly $53 billion over 3 years. That's more than that they spent in the last decade. They also indicated that when they get to what's called AGI, and that's 80% of kind of human capability, the stakes are very, very high. You're talking about 50% of GDP. So this is going full bore between two nations that can't afford not to be in a lagging stance. And I would not be surprised if President Trump makes some moves in this area over the coming weeks.
When you say AGI, you mean artificial general intelligence, which, yeah, I Googled it. You're talking about basically when you've got a machine that can do anything that Tim or I can do, a human can do, correct?
Do you trust that? Because that's Gemini showing you that search result. I can tell you that. I'm looking at your screen.
But that's what you're talking about, right?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. We're a couple years off from that, but we're going to get there. And the implications on how this is going to change every industry and how we look at, S&P earnings and GDP, you have to have a very open mind because it is changing extremely rapidly.
How rapidly? I spoke to Bin Ren of SigTech earlier this week at Bloomberg Invest. He's the founder and CEO of this firm that spun off of Brevin Howard back in 2019, and they've created these agents to essentially do the job of analysts and quants on Wall Street. It's pretty remarkable stuff. He gave us a demonstration. But he said by the end of this year, half of the workforce is going to be made up of AI agents. Is that too bold a proclamation?
That may be a little bit aggressive. I mean, MongoDB last night basically said for them, and they're kind of the database layer for Gen AI applications, whether it be right or wrong, they said fiscal 26 was going to be a transition year. So there's different opinions. It's going to happen. To degree of how quick it happens is how the next generation Gen AI silicon stacks mature, number one. And number two, we have some major silicon advances happening going forward into next year with NVIDIA's release of Rubin, for example. This is technology innovation we've really never seen, at least I haven't seen in 30 years of doing this.
What's the role of NVIDIA at this point? I mean, they're down about 16%, 17% this year. We know that they've really taken a hit, following the DeepSeek news that we got back in January. But I mean, is it silly for investors to count NVIDIA out? I mean, how are you thinking about the companies that investors should be watching when it comes to the AI trade?
So the chart doesn't look great, and that's just feeding on itself. But if you look at if you look at what Jensen's doing, the man's brilliant. He's one of, I would say, the greatest tech innovators of our time. He invested billions of dollars into this area before it even became a market. So NVIDIA has a 4 to 5 year lead. I think where the street really misses it is NVIDIA's dominance in that software stack area on Gen AI. They are light years ahead of people. And it could be conceivable that NVIDIA could be one of the largest software companies of the next tech cycle as we get additional infrastructure rolled out. So you cannot count this company out. They're holding a lot of the cards, both on training and inference. And they have a very good feel of where the market's going. So
yeah,
it's more buying from the fearful here.
Hey, Ted, just got about 45, 50 seconds here. So Alibaba, how does the news today make you now think about this company, which is known for its electronic commerce, e-commerce, retail, financial, online? How does this news then maybe make you rethink a little bit about Alibaba? And just quickly.
It really doesn't, because if you look at the innovations in Gen AI, look what AWS is doing, or Azure, or GPC. They're at the same plane of tech innovation. It's just going to be a matter of who gets there the quickest and who has as much as free cash flow to get there the quickest. It's going to be a battle, but I don't think it really changes the thought process.
All right, so happy we could spend some time with you. Ted Mortensen, Baird technology analyst, joining us from Florida. Some new headlines from Trump saying that we can balance the budget next year. The president saying there's a good chance we can balance the budget next year, and then no modifications when it comes to steel and aluminum tariffs. Folks, he says they will happen next week. We're going to be hearing from the president directly. We'll be playing that back shortly right here on Business Week.
Yeah, you'll hear it right here when those comments do come from playback. Coming up next is the close on TV. If you're sticking with us on radio, it's Bloomberg Business Week. That's next.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody. Bloomberg Business Week continuing on radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovec live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We are just about 60 minutes away from the closing bell on this Thursday. It's been a market that has been bouncing around. A lot of it has to do certainly with the news out of the nation's capital and the talk of tariffs. We've been getting some headlines from President Trump, and we have seen some movement. Stocks kind of bouncing off their lows, now taking another leg down. But we're going to hear from the president.
I don't get the trade. I'll be honest with you. I don't get the trade. Well, it's like the president makes some comments. He says that Canada now exempt from the tariffs, right, the same way Mexico was announced earlier in the day. Until April 2nd. We see a slight uptick in the S&P 500, the NASDAQ composite as a result of that. And then, bam, we're back down lower again.
Yeah, it's kind of, I think we're trying to read the tea leaves, these changes. Could they change again? And I think this is the tricky part. And so look forward to hearing from the president and the reporter questions. We will take you back to the Oval Office, a playback from those comments that we've been playing out and telling you about that are coming from the president.
Well, that pause on the tariffs, which are related to illegal immigration and fentanyl tracking, will expire on April 2nd. That's according to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. It's the day when the president is expected to start unveiling plans for so-called reciprocal duties on nations around the world, as well as sector-specific duties.
All right, so more to come, folks, as we track the trade here. Hey, we also do want to get into, hopefully over the next couple of hours, we want to talk about MAGA wanting to end capitalism as we know it. It is the view of one of our global business columnists here at Bloomberg Opinion, so we'll touch base with him about the thinking behind what some of the moves that we are getting from President Trump.
And speaking of MAGA, we are all over the tariffs conversation. How are the makers of furniture, home goods, clothes, and more taking it? What are they doing? How are they reacting? We're going to be joined a little later by the CEO of And More. It's a company that facilitates trade shows of physical goods. So they've got a great view on what's happening when it comes to imports. It's a Blackstone-owned company as well.
Yeah, the impact, what they're doing, what they're concerned about or not in terms of their outlook. Hey, and don't forget Broadcom reporting after the closing bell. That stock, it's hovering near its lows of this session. We mentioned the semiconductor sector, the news out of Alibaba coming up with its own AI platform that seems to rival even DeepSeek. Is just kind of once again, maybe.
There's a lot we don't know.
Turning the AI world upside down again. But we've seen the semiconductor whole area. Also, Marvell, not good earnings. So that's really been depressing as well. But Broadcom right now down about 6.1% as we speak. But we'll be breaking down their earnings. See if we get some optimism when it comes to the AI trade and AI demand.
Okay, well, as I mentioned, Carol, the tariff story is coming fast and furious. President Donald Trump will exempt Mexican and Canadian goods covered by the USMCA from his 25% tariffs, offering major reprieves to the U.S.'s two largest trading partners. That's the latest, okay? It's only until April 2nd. Adrian Woolridge, Bloomberg Opinion's global business columnist, argues that Trump's tariffs on friendly countries will be only the beginning of his assault on the pillars of post-war prosperity. MAGA, he says, quote, wants to end capitalism as we know it. Adrian Woolridge, who previously worked for The Economist, is also the author of The Aristocracy of Talent, How Meritocracy Made the Modern World. He joins us from London. Adrian, good to have you on the program. Appreciate you sticking around on the later side to us to do that from London. You know, you argue that MAGA wants to end capitalism as we know it. I think it's pretty interesting to hear that, given that many would argue President Trump is a capitalist at heart.
Yeah, I mean, it's an extraordinary claim. And I read Kevin Roberts' book. Kevin Roberts is the head of the Heritage Foundation, which is, I think, the premier think tank under in Washington under Trump. And I was astonished by the radicalism of what he suggests in that. He essentially says that what's gone wrong with the American economy is the power of the classic, widely held, professionally managed American company. And he wants to decenter that from the American economy to limit its power. And he has a preface to the book by J.D. Vance, who is clearly on board with this sort of idea. And they lament the power of companies like Google and Facebook and Apple And they say we've got to have a different sort of capitalism, a capitalism that's much more like the sort of capitalism of the 18th century and mid-19th century, and much less the one that sort of dominated America after the Second World War. You know, the company of the capitalism of the big managerial company.
J.D. Vance, who before he was a senator worked for a venture capital firm that, you know, we could argue is a position that is the epitome of where we are in capitalism right now.
Sure, you could say that, but after the Second World War, the central organization in American capitalism was the professionally managed, diversely held company. You know, the classic corporation, and I think what you have had within American capitalism is a shift away from that towards either family companies run by big family dynasties, or towards privately held companies, hedge funds and the rest of it, of the sort that J.D. Vance worked for, or smaller sort of family-owned companies, or indeed, you know, founder-managed companies of the sort that you see in Silicon Valley. So to some extent, you do have a big constituency for the vision that these people have, which is, you know, the Trump vision of family-owned, family-controlled, or founder-owned and founder-controlled companies. But it's a big thing to say. In a successful economy, you can have all these sorts of things, but to be so hostile to the managerial class and the managerial corporation struck me as extraordinary.
You know, Adrian, I think about there are publicly held entities where there is a family, or there have been families that own a big bulk of the stock or own the voting shares. We see
Walmart?
that. Yeah, well, that, and, you know, I think there's a ton of companies, or even some of the tech companies, right, where they own the voting. So is, you know, in that way, is that in some form of like kind of the family-owned business, and does that make it any better?
Absolutely. I mean, I think about 35% of listed companies in the US are family controlled in some way, you know, big, like as you say, with the Walmarts. Exactly. So, and that is a sort of hybrid. I mean, what Roberts is worried about is the divorce between ownership and control. And he wants, you know, people with skin in the game to have a more preeminent role in American capitalism. But I don't think there's anything wrong with the managerial company. The managerial company has been an engine of American success and prosperity because it has a sort of stability about it. It has, and it gives ordinary people through their pension funds a capacity to invest in the stock market and get decent returns on their investments. So I think it's an important component to be as hostile to it and as hostile to management as Roberts is. I thought was rather shocking. And in the preface to the book, J.D. Vance compares Apple and not Facebook. He compares Apple to the East India Company, which was the company against which America revolted with the Civil War, and says it's a sort of monstrous hybrid of the public and the private. That's quite an extraordinary thing for the Vice President of the United States to say about one of his country's greatest companies.
Yeah, it's just kind of fascinating, and I think, it's funny because I have a lot of people who will talk about capitalism, and I will defend it because I do think it is a good system. But I think it's not, like most things, it's not perfect. But what they'll say is, well, wait, it's ridiculous. The CEO has paid this. It's so many more times than the average American worker. And I think there is something fair in there, Adrian, that the idea of the gap, and that when a company is really successful, that those successes are shared with the employees that make it so.
Absolutely right. I mean, the thing that the MAGA people are good at doing is picking up on genuine complaints and genuine worries and trying to deal with them. And there's certainly the multiple of earning is worrying with some of these massive corporations these days. But the solution that they have, which is to have more sort of a shift in the balance towards founder capitalism, is not necessarily the right sort of thing. He talks about managers being rooted in certain places, for example, and having loyalty to those places. And he says that was much better in the old days when we had founder managers in charge of companies. But is that true of Carnegie or Rockefeller or those people? They're pretty ruthless capitalists. They were owner managers rather than professional managers, but they were even more ruthless than any professional manager one can think of. And after the Second World War, when the professionally managed company moved to the center of the American economy, that was a period of relative wage compression and a relatively good time for the American middle classes. The big surge in inequality came in the 1980s and 1990s precisely because you started giving stock options to managers and CEOs in particular to make them act like owners. That was the whole shareholder revolution was supposed to solve this problem of the divorce between management and ownership, which the banker people are talking about as a problem. So I'm not they've got hold of certain problems and come up with basically completely the worst possible solutions to them.
Well, Adrian, as you mentioned, Roberts is behind the leading figure behind Project 2025 and the Heritage Foundation, I should say. Sure. The president, during his candidacy, he really tried to separate himself, distinguish himself from Project 2025. You argue, though, that it looks like he's trying to implement it right now. Given how radical the ideas in this book are, what do investors, what do managers, what do business leaders need to be prepared for if the president is actually able to implement this stuff?
Well, I think, I mean, to reiterate the Project 2025 thing, the president tries to divorce himself from that because it was so incendiary. And it wasn't a good look during the campaign, but I think they are pushing for a lot of what Project 2025 wanted, particularly a very powerful presidency, which can push other branches of the Constitution to one side. What you can look for out of this is a very hostile attitude towards big companies, a willingness to break them up. And I think what's happened since, recently, a lot of people on the business side expected this administration to be much more lenient on issues of mergers. Right. And it looks as though they're going to preserve the Biden era restrictions on mergers or hostile, willingness to use, monopoly legislation to break up companies, and Roberts does talk about breaking up companies. A lot of breaks or a lot of regulatory breaks for smaller companies, which I think is a sensible thing to do. He's in favor of. Right. He's very much in favor of against the sort of the MBA class of people who go to business schools, get MBAs and get fast tracks in business. And there's a lot of talk in this about ending the generous sort of tax treatment of businesses. So rolling back the managerial class and using industrial policy as a way of encouraging made in America manufacturing sort of companies. So what I'm trying to say in this article is that we're seeing all these tariffs going up, which is disconcerting a lot of business people outside America as well as inside America, of course. Right. But this is only the beginning of a very sweeping set of prejudices or set of policies towards American business. Had the left, Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren, said many of these things, the oligarchic class would have, rich people in America would have had a sort of meltdown. But because these things are coming from Republicans, they either don't believe it or they give them the benefit of the doubt. But what I'm saying is do believe it. They're saying it and they're doing it. They've done it with tariffs, and they're likely to do it with a lot of the mechanisms that have made American business so successful.
Right. And you're definitely, I think that explains certainly the volatility and the nervousness that we have been seeing, certainly in the U.S. equity trade. Adrian, thank you so much. Glad we could check in with you. Adrian Wooldridge, he is the global business columnist for our Bloomberg Opinion team, staying up a little bit later for us out there in London.
Well, Harvard Law School has a long history of catapulting Black students into the American elite. Barack Obama, Ken Chenault of Amex, Ken Frazier of Merck, Ray McGuire of Lazard. A generation before them, Conrad Harper became the first Black partner at Wall Street law firm Simpson, Thacher & Bartlett. Decades later, as president, Obama would appoint Ketanji Brown Jackson as a federal judge on her way to becoming the first Black woman to join the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, Harvard Law's status as a training ground for potential black stars in the worlds of business, politics, and culture could be under threat after the Supreme Court banned the use of race in admissions across the college system. So writes Janet Lauren in a big take this week. She's Bloomberg News higher education finance reporter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Also joining us, an alumna of Harvard Law School, Deborah Lee, the former CEO of Black Entertainment Television Networks, also a board member at Marriott, Procter & Gamble, and Warner Brothers Discovery. Thanks so much to both of you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Hey, Janet, I do want to start with you because you just start with the numbers, the data. You're reporting. What did it tell you about black students and how they're doing at Harvard Law today?
So this year, the number of first-year law students called 1Ls is 19, a year after the Supreme Court decision. And previously, the year before, it was 43.
Wow.
So it was a big, sharp decline in the first year that students could apply after the Supreme Court declared that race was no longer a factor in admissions.
How big would a class be, just for context?
Harvard's is quite large. It's 560 students, and compared to some of its peers like Stanford and Yale are roughly about 200, so it's more than double the size. In fact, this year, Yale, with about 200 students, had more black students, first-year students, than Harvard did at all.
So, to be fair, what does Harvard say about that drop?
Well, Harvard was a named litigant in the case, so they're saying, it could be 1 year. It's just 1 year of data. They continue to want a diverse class, but they're sort of hamstrung in what they can say, given what's going on in the country right now. And I say one thing that was a very bright spot about reporting this story was meeting with the current students and what they're doing to try to recruit and make students comfortable with the application process.
Well, let's talk about that in a moment. Deborah Lee, I want to bring you to the conversation. You're an alum of the Harvard Law School, former CEO of Black Entertainment Television Networks. What do you think about that drop?
I was very upset when I heard about the drop in numbers. I was at Harvard Law School and the Kennedy School. I did a joint degree program, so I was in a 4-year program. I was there from 76 to 1980. Every year I was there at Harvard Law School, they admitted with the entering class, as Janet said, of about 500 students would include 50 black people.
Right.
That was the number they kind of aimed for. I found out since then that sometimes it was higher, sometimes it was lower, but 50 was kind of the end all. And it was as a result of something called the Harvard Plan, which was implemented years ago, where people came together and said they wanted Harvard Law to be one of the best training grounds for black law students and black lawyers. And they implemented this plan. There was a dean who focused on this. So everything worked out until this year. And, we know what the Supreme Court said. But they also said, students could talk about race in their applications. They can consider all kind of other factors. So I have to say I blame Harvard Law School for this drop because a lot of other law schools didn't have the drop. And
because they ultimately decide, to be fair, right? They ultimately decide who comes in, who doesn't.
Yes. And when I was at Harvard, there was a case called Bakke, which was the first reverse discrimination case. And as black law students, some of them wrote an amicus brief for the Supreme Court. And as part of that, the admissions director from Harvard College came over to talk to us one day. And she said only 1/4 of the students at Harvard College get in on the numbers. 1/4 get in on diversity, 1/4 get in on legacy, and the other 1/4 get in on whether you're an oboe player from Utah, some distinguishing factor. So she made it very clear, and I haven't forgotten this in 50 years, whenever I finished Harvard.
So there is a formula.
There is a formula.
Or there was a formula.
There was a formula. And, people say, oh, diversity, screws up everything. There are all these other qualifications that can get you into a Harvard College. So I don't know how they did it at the law school, but let me just say this. The thing that bothers me the most about the drop is because 19 black students were admitted this year, does that say to everyone above 19 that if race wasn't taken into account, you wouldn't have got into Harvard Law School. Those 50 students that were admitted. And I hate that anyone would think that, because first of all, everyone admitted to Harvard Law School is qualified. It's not, we're just going to pick some random students. And you have to perform and you have to graduate. And as you said, there's so many amazing Harvard graduates. Everyone that you mentioned, I know, except Conrad Harper. And I know them in part because I went to Harvard Law School. So there's such a great network. Some of them were there with me. But when you meet someone and they tell you they went to Harvard Law School, you're like, oh, yeah, so did I.
Well, I did mention Barack Obama. I won't ask you what he thinks about what's going on in Washington because, we won't call on him right now. But I do want to know, you are featured in Janet's piece as working to make sure the numbers don't fall.
Right.
So what are you doing?
Well, I was part of a call of Black alums from Harvard Law School before Christmas, and we talked a lot about what can we do. And so the decision was made to write a group letter to the dean, and that letter was delivered, and the dean of Harvard Law has agreed to meet with a group of alums. So, the first thing we have to talk about is what happened. I'm not saying this was done intentionally. I think it was just, the circumstances changed and people weren't ready for it. And as Janet said, the law students are getting more involved. There was the head of the Black law students was on the call with us. And, he's very active. And I went up to Harvard Law last week to speak and tell students to keep the faith and work hard. And we can't let this happen again.
Janet, what would you say to somebody who hears the 19 figure as a drop from last year and says, well, wait a second, 1 year does not a trend make. Maybe this is an anomaly.
Well, I actually did speak to an admitted student who also is considering Stanford and Chicago and Duke and other top law students in his schools, and he's leaning towards Harvard. But one thing that he took a lot of comfort in was interacting with the current students. They held Zooms, they read essays. He met the current president of the Black Law Students Association when he and a Harvard Law admissions officer came to recruit at Dillard. So he felt comforted knowing there is this tight student group who are there to provide assistance and to provide a community. So I think that bodes well, but they've got some work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work. And, one thing we talked about as alums is maybe we don't give Harvard Law money until we resolve this issue.
You know what? Money talks.
Money talks.
So I've heard.
I started a public service scholarship program at Harvard Law. So people who want to go to public service and didn't have money that you make when you go to a corporate law firm could do that as an alternative. I mean, we just have to talk about it and figure out what went wrong and keep it from happening again, because it reflects poorly on the law school. It really does, especially when no one else's numbers fell.
John Carr, Harvard Law class of 83, retired partner at Simpson & Thacher, this is in Janet's story, said this country is going through a new Jim Crow, referring to the laws that legalized racial segregation in the U.S. South, as we know, back in the 1960s. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. I was born the year Brown versus Board of Education was decided, 1954.
Yeah.
And my father pushed me into Ivy League schools because I was first generation who could take advantage of that. I went to Harvard Law School because I could take advantage of that. And it does feel like the Supreme Court and this White House are trying to roll back progress that has been made. Anytime a president says a plane went down because of a DEI hire, he's equating it one DEI with just Black, even though a lot of other categories included in DEI, and he's equating it with incompetence. And that's not what DEI is about. And I'm old enough to remember affirmative action before DEI. It's been called different things, but the goal is to open the door to people that are qualified. And someone said to me, so what you're talking about is a diverse meritocracy. And I said, exactly. That's
Deborah,
what we're talking about.
One thing I do want to ask, because I know we get pushed back on this a lot, is that people are going to say, well, half of Americans put this president with his initiatives and his campaign promises, to roll back woke initiatives, his words, what do you say to that?
I hope that's not true. You know, you mentioned it before I came on about the 2025 plan, and there were horrible things in that when I first heard about it. And, you know, Trump distanced himself. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. And now he's doing it. So did all those people that voted for him know he was going to do this? Is this what they wanted? We've made a lot of progress, all kind of groups, women, you know, Asians, Latinos. And I just don't think the majority of Americans want that rolled back and are saying we only want white men again. I don't believe that.
Janet, your story is about what's happening at Harvard Law, but you already mentioned some of the other Ivy League law schools here in the U.S. Did they see a similar drop-off too following the Supreme Court decision? Do we know that yet?
Well, I mean, we looked at the top 5 law schools, and nobody else had the same drop that they did. They increased. Now, one reason, one Harvard law professor said was, you know, Harvard was a named litigant in the Supreme Court lawsuit.
So what does that mean, though? Does that mean they're more sensitive to it? They're more concerned with not following the law?
Well, certainly they're going to be very concerned about it, but perhaps if you're a student and you keep hearing Harvard Law School Supreme Court case, Harvard University Supreme Court case over and over and over, that could be a reason. The University of North Carolina, which was also a named litigant, was they also had a slight decline.
Janet, what are you seeing in terms of colleges? And I want to bring you back in and you know, your reach out to Deborah. But are colleges, universities not talking about issues before, or they'll give you stuff on background, but they want to be very careful? Has it changed dramatically? You've been covering this industry, this group for a long time.
Everybody is very nervous. You know, people I've talked to for more than a decade are very nervous. It's, you know, the federal funding is under scrutiny. You know, we wrote a story in December basically outlining all the things that were likely to happen, especially at a place like Harvard, which has been under immense scrutiny. And the idea that they're considering pulling federal research funding, $700 million at Harvard. It's quite a lot of money.
Deborah, I want to speak to you in the capacity of not just a graduate of Harvard Law, and also, was it the Kennedy School as well? But also as a business leader, former CEO of Black Entertainment Television Networks, also currently a board member of Marriott, P&G, Warner Brothers Discovery. You've been on many boards for the last 20 years. This is also happening at the corporate level.
Right.
So what we're seeing happen in education, we saw executive orders from the president, and we know there are a lot of people at different universities and at companies trying to think, okay, what do we do with the DEI initiatives that we have, we have invested so much in over the past few decades?
Well,
what are you hearing?
Yeah, well, what Janet said, people are afraid. A lot
business
of
leaders are afraid.
Business leaders, even though the Supreme Court has not touched them, doesn't apply to them. Right. But there have been activists that have gone after certain corporations and said, you know, you're doing too much in DEI. Offices have been shattered. People have been reassigned, and they're pulling back on money to organizations that might look like DEI. And so there's a lot of change going on.
But is there a way to still have a leadership team or a workforce that looks like America?
Yes.
When you have pushback from the federal government at initiatives that attempt to do that?
More than several companies have said, diversity has been one of our values for 120 years, and we're not going to change it because of this White House that may be in office for 4 years. And so people are standing up against the political pressure. And I admire those companies because it does take a lot. And if next week they do get some federal funding from the government, will that change their position? I don't know. But several companies are standing tough.
Janet, I want to bring you into this question. You did all this reporting and have talked to Deborah ahead of the story being put out on the Bloomberg.
Well, I guess, Deborah, is there anything that you would say to a potential Harvard Law student now, a black student who's considering options? Should I go there? Or should I go somewhere else? Only 19 students in 1 year. Maybe it's just going to be smaller now. What would you say?
I would say if they're admitted, go to Harvard. Try to apply. talk to students, talk to consultants that help with these kind of things. Put your best foot forward, and hopefully you will get admitted. And I will tell students, because I do get this question a lot from students who are admitted to Stanford or Georgetown or whatever, and they're like, oh, I got a full ride from UCLA. I'm like, if you got into Harvard, go into debt and go. It's the best network. It's the best law school. You can't go wrong with going there. You may have to pay back more money than if you went to UCLA on a full ride. So I'm a big proponent of it, even though I didn't really want to go to Harvard. My dean made me apply, and I didn't tell my father I applied because I knew if I told him and I got in, he would make me go. So I didn't tell him. When I told him I got in and I was going, because I made up my own mind, he said, oh, that's funny, you didn't even apply. And I was like, well, I forgot to tell you. And but it's one of the best decisions I made.
Hey, before we let you go, what someone listening or watching right now who might agree with what the White House has done might say to themselves or say to us, what about the idea of meritocracy, where only the best of the best get to do these things? And if you bring in other factors, it's not a meritocracy. What would you say?
I would say that's absolutely not true. We bring in other factors all the time. I remember my first law firm job, the guy who started the same day I did was a baseball player, and all the partners kept saying, oh my God, you're going to be on our team. We're so excited. Why did he get the job? And maybe I got the job because I was Black or a woman. But there are always other factors, and meritocracy is always an issue. If someone opens the door for you and you walk through it and you can't compete,
you're not going to make it.
You're not going to make it. I saw a great thing on Instagram about that, about Black women doctors. Someone said, I don't trust them. And they take the same exams as everyone else. They do the same work, and they have to graduate. What are you talking about? So I like the word. And actually, John Malone came up with it. He's on one of the boards I'm on. And he said to me, Deborah, what you want is a diverse meritocracy. And I said, exactly.
A diverse meritocracy. Something to really think about.
We don't want standards to be lowered.
Exactly. Hey, listen, we've got to run. We've got to get back to the markets. But thank you so much. An important story to tell. Janet Lauren, Bloomberg News higher education finance reporter. Incredible reporting. Find it on the Bloomberg. And Deborah Lee, thank you for finding time for us as well. Former CEO of Black Entertainment Television Networks.
Hey, we got less than a half hour to go until the equity markets close here in the U.S. Charlie Pellet, give us an update on where things are.
We got 29 minutes to go, Tim, and the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Yes, we're off session lows, but still looking at a sharply down day, right to the numbers, with the S&P down 100 even now, down 1.7%. The S&P at 57.44. We've got the Dow down 410. That is a decline right now of 1%. NASDAQ down 459, a decline of 2.5%. The 10-year 4.28%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.96%. Gold down $5 the ounce, down 0.2%, 29.14. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil flat on the day, 66.31 a barrel. Bitcoin right now down 1.4%. Bitcoin at 89,082. As for the overall market backdrop, Karen Pye is head of portfolio manager at Franklin Templeton.
I do think that the level of uncertainty right now has risen because of tariff uncertainty, retaliation, and we also are still dealing with some pretty high valuations. So valuation correction could definitely be in the cards for the next couple of months, given this higher level of uncertainty.
Karen Pye of Fiduciary Trust. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Coming up after the close of trading, we've got earnings from Costco, Broadcom, and Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts.
All right,
I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I jumped the gun. Charlie, so much. Thank you so much. So appreciate it. Charlie Pellet with the Bloomberg Business News Flash with a rundown on the markets. We are awaiting a playback from the Oval Office, President Trump, headlines, as well as taking questions from reporters. So as soon as that begins, we will take you there, since we have seen markets move around as he has talked about the implementation of tariffs, what could come next, and also saying that he isn't watching this U.S. stock market, although we are watching it as it bounces around here.
Well, he did. He said he's not watching the stock market, but then he also said globalists are behind the stock sell-off. So
So maybe he is watching it?
Maybe he is, or maybe he was asked about the stock sell-off. So we'll get more details. For more details, we got a great roundtable as we do await that playback from the president. Sylvia Jablonski is CEO and CIO at Defiance ETFs. And we're also bringing back Nora Melinda, Bloomberg News equities reporter, who joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Nora, I do want to start with you and just get the latest. We got it from Charlie, but you said it's a dizzying amount of news today when we spoke to you earlier. We're still seeing the S&P 500 down 1.7%. The comments from the president not necessarily making equities go any higher.
Right. I mean, it really has been an intense news flow. We've been seeing things go up, down. The volatility has been pretty glaring. And it's really been off of the fact of these headlines that we've been seeing from tariffs and the concerns there about a potential global trade war. But additionally, what things look like in terms of the Mag 7 and what a lot of these large tech companies, what they are doing in terms of their plans to really push forward in terms of this AI boom.
All right, folks, we have the president signing orders and making comments. This is a playback from earlier commentary by the president. Let's head to the White House.
Many years ago, we've been treated very unfairly as a country. We protect everybody. We do everything for all these countries. And a lot of these are globalist in nature. You know, they have, if you're outside of the United States, you know, it's going to be a little bit different. We just weren't treated right. We were ripped off as a country. I've been saying it for a long time. And I did it to a certain extent in the first administration, but with COVID coming in, we had to focus on that toward the end. But we had the greatest economy in history in the first administration, and I think we'll do even better now. But this is something that we have to do. There'll always be a little short-term interruption. I don't think it's going to be big, but the countries and companies that have been ripping us aren't particularly happy with what I'm doing. But the United States will be very happy. And, you know, our farmers are going to be very happy. And again, there'll be disruption. But in the end, I said it before with China, we signed an unbelievable deal with China, $50 billion in purchases, and we're doing great. Biden, however, when he came in, they never enforced that deal. So that's the only thing that basically you have globalist companies that have been ripping us off that won't be able to rip us off any longer. I think that's what the big charge is.
Have you been influenced, some of these exemptions that have been announced and some of these temporary delays, have you been influenced in those decisions because of the market reaction?
Well, there are no delays at all. No, nothing to do with the market. I'm not even looking at the market because long term, the United States will be very strong with what's happening here. Now, these are countries and companies, foreign companies, that have been ripping us off, and no president did anything about it until I came along, and then I did a lot about it. You know, we took in tariffs from China $600 billion. Nobody else took in 10 cents from China. They never did. But when COVID came along, we had to focus on COVID. We did a great job. We got rid of that. We ended up handing over with a market that was higher than it was previous to COVID coming in. But this is very much about companies and countries that have ripped off this country, our beloved USA, and they're not going to be ripping us off anymore. So, you know, I think that has an impact on the market.
Mr. President, sir, this is a slate of nominees that's been prepared by the Presidential Personnel Office. It includes a number of sub-cabinet level appointments, a number of your ambassadors that have been previously announced, and also, crucially, given the administration's concerted effort to focus on violent crime, it includes a number of U.S. attorneys in major cities that have real crime problems.
Okay. Some very good people, too.
Thank you, sir. And then we have a number of ceremonial proclamations that Lindsay Halligan is going to.
So two very special proclamations, the first of which is a proclamation that proclaims March 2025 as Women's History Month in honor of all the wonderful women in your administration, all the wonderful women in America, and in honor of everything you've done for women and this administration has done for women in just, what, a month and a half? So.
Yeah, we've done a lot, and women have done a lot for us, right? This is an honor. We have a wonderful woman here, Maria Bartiromo.
Thank you so much.
Nice to have you, Maria.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thanks for all that you're doing for women.
Thank you. She's going to do an interview of me later. Maybe I shouldn't do this interview. I should be like Biden, not doing the interviews. That's great. Women, we love you.
We love you too, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent.
So the second one is a proclamation proclaiming March 2025 as Irish American Heritage Month in honor of, well, to commemorate our amazing friendship between America and Ireland, and to just honor all of the Irish Americans. And I'm a little bit biased because I'm American and Irish, but
Yeah, well, they're great people. They are great
St.
people.
Patrick's Day is coming up as well.
And they voted for me at heavy numbers, so I like them even more. You have to like it. You know, you're not supposed to, but you have to like that. All right, so for the Irish American people proclamation. Thanks, Lindsay.
Mr. President, your envoy, Steve Witkoff, told us a little while ago that if Hamas does not release hostages, that the U.S. and Israel could take some action. What does that mean in your eyes? Is that military action? Would you join strikes with Israel?
Well, you're going to find out. I had the honor of spending a lot of time yesterday with quite a few of the people that we got out, and I can't believe how badly treated they were, really badly treated. Stories that you wouldn't even believe. Some of it was documented, some of it was so bad you couldn't really, I don't think you can put it on. And it's a shame. And they said one thing, that they have 59 hostages, of which many of them are killed. And they want to know if we could just continue. They said without us, look, Biden wasn't able to get anybody out. We came along and they started releasing. But we have 59 left, of which 24 are living. The rest are dead. And I put out a statement. It's sort of self-explanatory, I think. But somebody's going to have to get a lot rougher than they're getting. It's a shame. And those 24 that are living, because they were with them just 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, depending on when they got out. But they said they're in very bad shape.
You spoke today with your cabinet members and Elon Musk.
I did.
What did you tell them in regards to Elon Musk and his authorities to carry out actions?
We had a great meeting. We had Elon and we had some of the representatives for the business reps. We also had most of the cabinet members, not all of them. It doesn't really pertain to all of them, but many of them. And I thought it was a really good meeting. It was about cutting because everybody knows the country's way out of control in terms of the number of people. We have many people that don't work. We have many people probably that aren't even living that are getting checks. And we're finding all of that out, and it's being reported. We're going to save hundreds of billions of dollars. We've already saved a lot. And parts of it are contracts that are expired that we're paying on. Many crazy things that, you can see it happening. It shouldn't happen, but you can see it happening. You see a lot of it being put out. But the other thing I think most important for today, I want the cabinet members to keep good people. I don't want to see a big cut where a lot of good people are cut. I want the cabinet members to keep the good people, and the people that aren't doing a good job, that are unreliable, don't show up to work, etc., those people can be cut. So I had a meeting, and I said, I want the cabinet members go first, keep all the people you want, everybody that you need. And it would be better if they were there for 2 years instead of 2 weeks, because in 2 years they'll know the people better. But I want them to do the best job they can. When we have good people, that's precious, that's very important, and we want them to keep the good people. And so we're going to be watching them, and Elon and the group are going to be watching them. And if they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting.
So, Mr. President, is that a reflection that you think Doge and Elon Musk have been moving too quickly?
No, I think they've done an amazing job. They've done an amazing job, and look at what they found. I read it the other night in the speech. I mean, they found these things where billions of dollars has been poured down the drain to things. That's not about people, that's about contracts where billions and billions of dollars was just thrown out the window. It probably got kickbacks. I'm sure there were tremendous kickbacks for the people that authorized those contracts. But no, Elon has been really teaching everybody about the numbers that you can do. But what I want is I want the numbers, but I also want to keep the good people. We want to get rid of the people that aren't working, that aren't showing up, and have a lot of problems. And so they're working together with Elon. And I think we're doing a really great job. We're cutting it down. We have to for the sake of our country. You can't have that kind of fat. It's bloat, and like nobody's ever seen before. Where you need 20,000 and they have 120,000 people, and you just don't need that many. And it happens with companies, and it happens with governments, I guess. You could go to a lot of governments, you'd see the same thing. But we're trying to get it down. We want to be able, next year, we could balance the budget. I think there's a good chance we could balance the budget next year. We have a lot of good things happening. Plus, we have a lot of revenue things happening, like today with the shipbuilding. And this gentleman behind me is going to create a lot of jobs. And he's about the biggest there is in the world. We had the biggest chip maker in the world here a few days ago. He's going to be spending $200 billion on building plants. We're not giving him any money to build it either. It's not, that Chip Act is ridiculous, where the Biden thing, where they give billions of dollars to people that have nothing but money. They're not going to spend that money. They're just taking that money. We're giving nothing. They're coming in because of the tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs, and they're opening up big. So, but with respect to people, I said, I want to cut the people, but I want to keep the good people.
Tariffs, sir, can you walk us through the next steps on this? Steel and aluminum tariffs are due to kick in next week on Canada, Mexico, and every other country. Are those going to be modified as well?
No, those aren't modified. Those are happening next week. And the big one will be on April 2nd, when reciprocal tariffs. So if India or China or any of the countries that really, India is a very high tariff nation. I'll tell you what's a high tariff nation is Canada. Canada charges us 250% for our milk product and other product, and a tremendous tariff on lumber and things as such. And yet we don't need their lumber. We have more lumber than they do. We don't need Canada's lumber. So what I'm doing is I'll be signing an executive order freeing up our forests so that we're allowed to take down trees and make a lot of money and then reharvest trees. Also, we're cutting fire divides. A fire divide is a 50-yard to 70-yard swath where the trees can't, it's long enough so trees don't burn forever until you can get them out. And those trees can be sold and made a lot of money with. So, but we'll be doing that. We don't need trees from Canada. We don't need cars from Canada. We don't need energy from Canada. We don't need anything from Canada. So where we can be self-sustaining, which is in most things. Look, we have more oil and gas than anybody. Our forests are massive forests. We're just not allowed to use them because of the environmental lunatics that stopped us. So I'm going to be freeing that up very shortly so that we don't have to go to other countries to buy lumber. Why should we be buying lumber from other countries, paying tariffs, paying big prices, extraordinary prices, and we have lumber. We have the best lumber. Go ahead.
And this USMCA exemption that you're essentially announcing today for this 1 month?
It's just a modification, short term, because I didn't want to hurt the American, it would have hurt the American car companies if I did that.
Would you consider the same sort of exemption or pause for the auto tariffs you're talking about next month?
We're not looking at that, no. No, we're not looking at that, no. No.
TPS for the Ukrainians who live here in the U.S.?
What about it?
Are you considering revoking the TPS status for the more than 200,000 Ukrainians who live here in the U.S.?
What are you saying?
The Ukrainians that are here in the U.S., they're under a TPS status.
On GPS?
TPS, temporary.
Oh, I thought you said GPS.
TPS.
Yeah.
There was some news saying that they were going to be revoked and they were going to be deported from the country. Are you considering that for the
Well, we're not looking to hurt anybody, and we're certainly not looking to hurt them. And I'm looking at that, and there were some people that think that's appropriate, and some people don't. And I'll be making a decision pretty soon. Okay?
President Trump.
But we're not looking to hurt them.
President Trump.
Especially Ukrainians. They've gone through a lot. Yeah, Peter.
The clocks are going to spring forward on Sunday.
When are you going to get rid of daylight savings time?
Okay, are you ready? So, this should be the easiest one of all, but it's a 50-50 issue. And if something's a 50-50 issue, it's hard to get excited about it. I assume people would like to have more light later, but some people want to have more light earlier because they don't want to take their kids to school in the dark. And it's very much, it's a little bit one way, but it's very much a 50-50 issue. And it's something I can do, but a lot of people like it one way, a lot of people like it the other way. It's very even. And usually I find when that's the case, what else do we have to do?
And I gotta ask, because you were talking about this in your joint address, you were talking about Butler. It's been 7 months. Why do you think we don't know more about the guy who shot you in the ear?
Yeah, no, well, and the second one with all of his cell phones. So I want to find the answers. I've told them. In fact, today I said, I want to find, we can no longer blame Biden for that one. He should have released that a long time ago. So they are giving me a report next week sometime, and I do believe I'll be releasing. I want to release the report. A lot of people have asked that question. You had one who had 3 apps, 2 of which were foreign, supposedly, and who has the biggest white shoe law firm in Pennsylvania, even though they don't live in necessarily a white shoe area. What's that all about? His law, you know, the law firm. The other one had 7 or 6 cell phones, and I don't have 6 cell phones. And why would somebody have 6 cell phones? So we're going to be releasing a report on that soon, Peter.
But based on what you're saying right there, the lack of information and the data points that you just gave, does that make you think that there's some part of that there's some bigger?
It could be. Well, it makes other people think that. It makes me think it a little bit too. I say, when you have 3 apps and 2 of them are foreign, and you had an FBI that wouldn't report on it, they didn't want to say why, I would say that could be suspicious. And then on the second assassin, you had, you know, and by the way, I have to tell you, Secret Service did a great job on that by spotting him. But on the second one, he had 6 cell phones. That's a lot of cell phones. And a couple of them had some strange markings on them. So, yeah, I want to find out, and I would be willing to release it. I mean, maybe there's a reason that we shouldn't, so I don't want to get too far ahead of my skis, but yeah, I would be very willing to release that. I'd like to see it. I want to see it myself, Peter. Not only you, I want to see that one myself.
Mr. President, may I?
Yes.
President Macron yesterday said that France was ready to offer its nuclear protection to other European countries. What do you make of it? And in this case, would the U.S. also maintain a nuclear umbrella for European countries?
Well, France is also willing to put soldiers into Ukraine for safety reasons if we can get it. I will say that we've made a lot of progress with Ukraine and a lot of progress with Russia over the last couple of days. And it'd be great to bring that to an end so we don't have to talk that way about nuclear. It'd be great if everybody would get rid of their nuclear weapons. You know, we have Russia and us have by far the most. China will have an equal amount within 4 or 5 years. And it would be great if we could all denuclearize, because the power of nuclear weapons is crazy. It is crazy. And, you know, I was very far along a process with Russia, despite the Russia hoax, which didn't make it easy. It was a total hoax, a total rigged hoax by some bad people. But despite that, I was very close to having a program with Russia, denuclearization, and we were going to get China. I spoke to President Xi about it, and he would have been very happy to have gone along with it. But bad things happened, like an election that was rigged happened. And so we had to come back 4 years later. But I would very much like to start those talks. The opposite of what you say, the denuclearization would be incredible.
Mr. President, on the auto tariffs that you were talking about, I know yesterday you spoke with the big 3. Did you tell them that no more exemptions were on the way, and what was the reaction?
I told them, that's it. This was a short-term deal. And they came back to me yesterday. They said, could we have some help on the tariffs because of the speed? And I said, look, I'm going to do it, but that's it. Don't come back to me after the April 2nd. I don't want to hear from you after April 2nd. We're not going to be doing it anymore. I want to help them.
What was their response?
They didn't complain. but I helped them short-term during this short-term transition. April 2nd is going to be a very big day for America.
Mr. President, my understanding is that the longstanding U.S. policy is that we do not negotiate with terrorists. So how did you come to the decision to send somebody from your team to negotiate with Hamas?
We are having discussions with Hamas. We are helping Israel in those discussions because we're talking about Israeli hostages. And we're not doing anything in terms of Hamas. We're not giving cash. We're not giving $6 billion like you hear other administrations give. In fact, I got 59 hostages out, and we gave nothing. In 59, we gave nothing, not including what's going on with Hamas. I mean, I consider that something where we're helping Israel for the most part. We had a couple of hostages, as you know. We got a couple of hostages out, American hostages.
Mr. President,
But certainly, Peter, you have to negotiate. There's a difference between negotiating and paying. We want to get these people out. If you would have seen the people yesterday, maybe you did, I don't know, but if you would have seen them, the way they spoke about their captivity, it was unbelievable. It's terrible.
Are you thinking about making any changes to NATO where a NATO country gets attacked, but they're not paying enough dues, so the United States doesn't defend them?
Well, I've said that to them. I said, if you're not going to pay, we're not going to defend. I said that 7 years ago. And because of that, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, if you're not going to pay your bills, we're not going to defend you. And it also went for the attack. But if they got attacked, they said, well, does that mean you won't defend us? I said, are you current or are you delinquent? They said, if we were delinquent, would you? I said, nope, I would not. And because of that, as you know, hundreds of billions of dollars came into NATO. You wouldn't have NATO right now if I weren't there. And your previous Secretary General has said that. He said he's never seen anything like it. When I came to NATO, when I first had my first meeting, I noticed that people weren't paying their bills at all. And I said I should wait till my second meeting, and I did. And I brought that up. And I said, if you don't pay your bills, we're not going to participate. We're not going to protect you. And when I said that, as soon as I said that, it was amazing how the money came in. The money came in, and now they have money. But even now, it's not enough. It's really not enough. They should be paying more.
Mr. President, question on the investment, sir. You've overseen about $2 trillion worth of domestic private sector investments come in just about 2 months. This is the newest one. It comes after your announcement of a new shipbuilding office at the White House during your joint session to Congress. Can you talk about why this is important, not only for national security, but to continue the renaissance of domestic manufacturing?
Well, we have to maintain a strong country. We have to maintain, we want to pay off debt. We have a lot of debt, but that'll start coming off quickly when this all comes around. Look, we've been supporting the whole world. You mentioned NATO and you mentioned other things. We've been supporting the whole world. When I first came in, we were paying almost 100% of NATO. NATO it was crazy. We were supporting NATO. We were paying the bills for other countries. And yet those same countries, mostly European, the European countries were ripping us off in trade. They won't take our cars. They wouldn't take our agricultural product. They wouldn't take anything. Yet we were taking their cars by the millions, Mercedes and BMW and Volkswagen, all of them. We were taking their cars. They weren't taking it. We were taking their farm products. They weren't taking ours. It was a total ripoff. And yet we were protecting them by giving them the money. And, that adds up to a bad number at the end of a lot of years. And that's what happened. And now it's time for this country to stop being ripped off. I had that done very much in the first administration, but then we had to focus on other things at the very end with COVID. But we had the greatest economy in history. We had the greatest economy in history. I think we're going to redo it here, but even better. And I wanted to do what we're doing now in the first term, but we had so many other things to do. We had to fix the border, which we did. We had to fix our military. We rebuilt our military. We completely rebuilt the military, only to watch Biden give so much of it away to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. It's not even believable. It's not even believable what he did. The damage that man did or that administration did to this country is frankly, not even believable. And in particular, allowing millions and millions of people to come into our country. Many of them were murderers and drug dealers and gang members and people from prison for very heinous crimes. For him to allow those people into our country, and now we're spending tremendous amounts of time and effort. Nikki and Tom Holman, who's doing an unbelievable job, but we shouldn't have to be spending anything on that. We had the safest border ever. Now we have actually, as you saw, the numbers just came out, where we have actually the lowest numbers in the history of our country. But we shouldn't have had to do that. What we're doing now is we're looking for murderers. Can you believe it? We're looking for murderers because thousands of murderers, some about 50% killed more than one person. One killed 5 or 7. And we're looking for those people right now. We shouldn't have to be looking for
President Trump, on Peter's question, are you going to make that policy, U.S. policy, that the U.S. wouldn't defend NATO countries that don't pay?
Well, I think it's common sense, right? If they don't pay, I'm not going to defend them. No, I'm not going to defend them. I got into a lot of heat when I said that. You said, oh, he's violating NATO. And, you know, the biggest problem I have with NATO, I really, you know, I mean, I know the guys very well. They're friends of mine. But if the United States was in trouble and we called them, we said, we got a problem, France. We got a problem, a couple of others I won't mention. Do you think they're going to come and protect us? They're supposed to. I'm not so sure.
So
you know, with Japan, we have a deal, which is a very interesting one. And I love Japan. We have a great relationship with Japan, but we have an interesting deal with Japan that we have to protect them, but they don't have to protect us. Do you know that? That's the way the deal reads. We have to protect Japan. And by the way, they make a fortune with us economically. There's another case. But we have to protect Japan, but under no circumstances do they have to protect us. I actually ask, who makes these deals? Yeah, Peter?
Well, so why stay in NATO at all?
I view NATO as potentially good, but you gotta get some good thinking in NATO. It's very unfair what's been happening. Until I came along, we were paying close to 100% of NATO. So think of it, we're paying 100% of their military, and they're screwing us on trade.
And when Zelensky inevitably comes back to the White House, what do you expect from him? And do you think you'll see him in a necktie?
Well, I think what's going to happen is Ukraine wants to make a deal because I don't think they have a choice. I also think that Russia wants to make a deal because in a different way that only I know, they have no choice either.
Are you still thinking of going to Saudi Arabia and meeting with Putin about this?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm going to Saudi Arabia.
Mr. President,
I've made a deal with Saudi Arabia where, because normally you'd go to UK first, and last time I went to Saudi Arabia, they put up $450 billion. You know that, right? You were there. We had American companies that took in $450 billion. I said, well, this time they've gotten richer. We've all gotten older. So I said, I'll go if you pay $1 trillion to American companies, meaning the purchase over a 4-year period of $1 trillion. And they've agreed to do that. So I'm going to be going there, and I have a great relationship with them, and they've been very nice. But they're going to be spending a lot of money to American companies for buying military equipment and a lot of other things.
Is that a trip in the near future?
Probably over the next month and a half. Yes.
Mr. President, you told us a couple of weeks ago that you were looking to speak with President Xi of China. That hasn't happened. How come? What are you waiting for?
I have spoken to him, yeah.
Since that last phone call?
I don't want to say that, but I have spoken to him. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Mr. President,
I have a great relationship with President Xi.
But you've spoken to him.
It was hurt because of COVID.
Thank you, Mr.
That's why I don't call it the China virus anymore. He said, please don't call it the China virus.
But to be clear, you've spoken to him since January 17th?
I don't want to say that, but I have spoken to him.
Thank you, Mr.
And
President.
I speak to him a lot.
Regarding this executive order you signed revoking security clearances at Perkins Coie,
Do you think there should be more steps like this to be taken against other people involved in the Russia collusion?
I do, but that's going to be up ultimately to the Attorney General and various other people.
Absolutely. Just as a follow-up, the other night, we saw Democrats' behavior during your joint address to Congress.
Yeah.
Do you think it shows just how out of touch they are with the American people, especially given that 79%, according to a CBS poll, approved of your
I love this guy. Who are you with?
My name's Nick Gilbertson with Breitbart News.
I see. I really liked your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Sir, regarding the executive order.
The answer is just, Nick, just to, and I know your name very well. Good job, you do.
Thank you.
Yeah, the answer is I thought it was very embarrassing for the Democrats what happened the other night. And that's not said for any other reason other than it's obvious, it's fact. Even CNN fake news said that. They came out and they said it. And worse than CNN is MSDNC, which is the worst. And the good news is very few people watch them anymore. They have lost such credibility. And frankly, what Nicole Wallace said, I've never been a fan of hers, and she's not very talented. But I'll tell you, what she said the other day about that young man is disgraceful. She should be forced to resign. And Rachel Maddow should be forced to resign. Nobody watches her anyway. I don't know if it's not possible they pay her as much money as I hear, but certainly she's lost all credibility, both of them. But what they said the other day, they should be forced to resign about that young person who is suffering greatly. Thank you, Nick.
Will you extend, if a TikTok deal is not made on the timeline you gave, will you extend that?
Probably, yeah.
You will? Okay,
I think, look, we have a lot of interest in TikTok. And China is going to play a role. And so hopefully China will approve of the deal. But they're going to play a role. But we have a lot of interest in TikTok.
How long will you extend it and how close are you to a deal?
Well, we'll see. But if I need, right now we have at least another month, so we don't need an extension. But if I needed an extension, I'd probably get it extended. Yeah,
Mr. President, regarding the executive orders, there was talk that you might sign one winding down the education department.
Which department?
The education department. Are you having second thoughts on that?
No. I want to bring the schools. I want to bring the schools back to the states. And I've said it 100 times. We're ranked at the bottom of the list, and yet we spend more. We're ranked #1 for cost per student. We're ranked at the bottom of the list in education. And I know if I bring it back to Iowa, Indiana, Idaho, all these great states, I think I could say 40 states. I want to bring it back. 10 states won't be perfect. 5 states will be probably not so good. But they will be every bit as good as Norway and Denmark and Sweden and all of the states that are rated at the top. If you tell me about Indiana and some of these great states that run really well, Iowa, you tell me about those states, and if they run their own education, they're going to do a lot better than somebody sitting in Washington, D.C. that couldn't care less about the pupils out in the Midwest.
When do you think that be signed then? When would you sign that order?
Well, I want to just do it. I mean, we're starting the process. We're trying to get the schools back into the states. Let the states run the schools. And I'll tell you, you'll see something, it's gonna blow your mind. It'll be run so well. The school system. And I also believe in school choice, but that will take care of itself.
Follow up to that, Mr. President. If the education department were eliminated, how would you see sort of what department, what agency would handle student loans and the other types of federal
That would
grants?
be brought in. Yeah, that would be brought into either Treasury or Small Business Administration or Commerce. And we've actually had that discussion today. I don't think the education should be handling the loans. That's not their business. I think it'll be brought into small business maybe. Kelly really liked it and really would like to do it. So the loans would be brought into a group where they really do that. And I think that is, by the way, the most complicated thing in moving. But it's very simple if you do that.
And the same for federal grants.
Rejected your plan to move out more than 2 million people out of Gaza. What's your reaction to that and to Egypt's plan and to this meeting that happened?
Out of Gaza?
Yeah.
I think that Gaza's a mess. And I think that Gaza could be good. I think it's got to be run properly. But right now, Gaza is an absolute mess, and it has been for many, many years and decades. Yeah, Peter, did you have one more?
I did, yeah. They have these two Starliner astronauts stuck in space for 8 months. Have you spoken to them?
They left him alone. Biden left him up there.
And what do you know about that?
I know everything about it. I said, we have two astronauts that are stuck in space. I have asked Elon, I said, do me a favor, can you get him out? He said, yes, he is preparing to go up, I think, in 2 weeks.
What do you know about how this went down? Because he's saying that the Biden White House was offered some kind of SpaceX rocket to go get these guys, and they said no.
That's what I heard. I can't tell you that, but that's what I heard. But Biden was embarrassed by what happened, and he said, leave him up there. I would have said, if you're embarrassed, you got to get him out. Elon is right now preparing a ship to go up and get him.
I'm sure that they will see this in space. What is your message to
So we love you, and we're coming up to get you, and you shouldn't have been up there so long. The most incompetent president in our history has allowed that to happen to you, but this president won't let it happen. We're going to get them out. We're coming up to get you. I've authorized Elon. I said, can you get them out? Because, you know, they've been left up there. I hope they like each other, but maybe they'll love each other. I don't know. But they've been left up there. Think of it. And I see the woman with the wild hair, good solid head of hair she's got. There's no kidding. There's no games with her hair. But, and you know, there's a danger up there, too. They can have some failures up there that would be very bad. You got to get them out. So I've authorized Elon a week ago. I said, you know, we have two people up there that Biden and Kamala left up there. And he knows it very well. I said, are you equipped to get him? He said, yeah, he's got a Starship. And they're preparing it right now. And so Elon is going to go up and get him. Should I go on that journey just to be on the ship when we stop?
If that's an option, yes.
I should do it. Oh, that's terrible. I thought he liked me. I thought he liked me. I thought, Maria, should I do it?
Well, you should then come.
Maria likes me better.
President Trump, you should then come back from space.
Well, when they come back, I'll greet them. How about that? No, we're going to get them out. I've authorized Elon Musk to go and get them, and he's prepared to do so.
Mr. President, what are you making of the market sell-off this week?
I think it's globalists that see how rich our country's going to be, and they don't like it. You know, there's a big market out there. But again, they've been ripping off this country for years, and now, and they're going to do great. Everyone's going to do great, but we can't let this continue to happen to America. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country any longer. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you, Nick. Great.
All right, everybody, you've been listening to a playback of President Trump from the Oval Office. Comments he made earlier. We, of course, just get the tape from the feed and the White House and just playing it back for you. We should point out a lot of things were said. Among the ones that we consider really important to the Bloomberg audience is this one. The United States pausing tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and the USMCA trade. Of course, the trade he's talking about under that agreement that he actually renegotiated during his first administration. So pausing those tariffs on Canada, Mexico until April 2nd. And of course, that includes things under that trade agreement, although we heard from an earlier guest, right, in talking with Nathan Dean, that it seems to include a lot of things.
Yeah, okay, so you're keeping an eye on tariffs. The headlines did cross as he said them via the pool report in the Oval Office. We also got news. The president has said that the Treasury Department or other agencies could potentially take over administering student loans if his administration were to abolish the Education Department, which currently oversees the issue. Here's what he told reporters in the Oval Office moments ago. That'll be brought into either Treasury or Small Business Administration or Commerce, and we actually had that discussion today. I think it'll be brought into Small Business. Maybe Kelly really liked it. He's referring to Kelly Loeffler, who heads the SBA.
All right.
Formerly senator from Georgia.
Exactly. Also, though, talking a little bit about maybe tariffs on steel and aluminum. He said, the president, that those will happen next week. No modifications. Also saying that there could be an extension in terms of the deadline for TikTok would probably extend. So a lot of things. Ukraine wants to make a deal. They don't have a choice. There are a lot of headlines there. So feel free to check out the Bloomberg Terminal to go through all of the things that he talked about. We should point out that in the meantime, we have had markets close the Thursday trade on Wall Street, and that meant almost a 1.8% decline for the S&P 500, down 104 points. The NASDAQ 100, a decline of nearly 3%, 2.8% to be exact, down 575 points. We did finish just off our lows of the session, and we are just about a minute and a half away from Broadcom's earnings, and their AI results will be in particular focus after we've seen quite a rout on the AI trade, and some of it is concern over more developments out of China, something that we talked about a lot today.
Hey, speaking of a rout, I'm looking at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, which came out with numbers just in the last few minutes, down 13.7%. in the after hours. The company sees fiscal year adjusted EPS $1.70 to $1.90. Estimates, Carol, were for $2.12. The company sees first quarter net revenue, or reported first quarter net revenue rather, above estimates. The company did see cash charges of about $350 million over the next 2 years. Once again, HPE shares down about 14% in the after hours.
And this is why, another component of the tech trade, certainly important, and we've seen really many players, including the Mag 7, under a lot of pressure today. We've seen most of the names in the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index. We've seen them trade lower. That was another area that we talked about earlier in today's session. Let me just pull up the stocks in terms of how that ended on this Thursday, down about 4.5% in the trade. So underperforming, I should say, the major equity averages. We had about 28 names in the stocks down, 2 gaining ground. So again, we will see whether or not the results from Broadcom provide some enthusiasm back when it comes to the AI trade and just the overall chip trade overall. So we're just about a couple seconds away, and we will bring you those numbers as soon as they cross the Bloomberg terminal.
Yeah, still waiting on those Broadcom earnings. We're getting earnings from other companies, and there they are. Broadcom, first quarter semiconductor solutions revenue coming in at $8.21 billion. That did beat estimates. First quarter adjusted net revenue coming in at $14.92 billion, beating estimates. First quarter adjusted EPS coming in at $1.60. That did beat estimates. Now for the outlook. Broadcom sees second quarter revenue about $14.9 billion. Carol, estimates are for $14.59 billion, so a beat there when it comes to its second quarter revenue guidance.
Yeah, quick check on Broadcom in the aftermarket, and we're seeing that stock up about 6.7%. So investors seem to like what they are hearing. First quarter semiconductor solutions revenue, $8.21 billion. The estimate was for $8.15 billion, so that too is slightly above what the street was expecting. But as Tim mentioned, a 10-cent beat when it comes to first quarter adjusted EPS. Net revenue also coming in higher, and again, to the outlook, see second quarter revenue about $14.9 billion, and that compares with the street estimate of $14.59 billion. This is key also. The company says it sees AI semiconductor revenue of about $4.4 billion in the second quarter. So we're getting, again, a little bit more commentary about the outlook for this company.
Yeah, shares right now are higher by about 5.5%, shooting higher by close to 6% as we speak. Carol, out with the headlines just now. Worth repeating, though, the company sees second quarter revenue about $14.9 billion to $14.59 billion. Shares rising 7% after that second quarter sales forecast tops estimates. The first quarter driven by AI semiconductor solutions and software.
All right, let's get to someone who follows the space and certainly the company. Bloomberg News Managing Editor of Technology and Global Security, Lynn Dewan, giving her a little bit of time to go through the results as well so that she could give us some commentary and some color. Lynn, what do you make of the results? Because we are seeing now, we are seeing the stock rally here in the aftermarket.
This is what the chip sector needed, right? It needed a bright spot. NVIDIA disappointed, which wasn't fair. Marvell disappointed, which also wasn't fair. Both of them beat, but not by enough. They wanted it to be overwhelming. Broadcom is delivering on a beat, and it's a very solid beat. Not necessarily completely surprising, given Google and Meta and Amazon and all of the major hyperscalers were talking a very big CapEx spending despite DeepSeek. This is a very in-your-face DeepSeek moment as well, if we can put it that way. And, you have Hock Tan, the CEO of Broadcom, saying in this earnings statement, we expect continued strength in AI semiconductor revenue. He points specifically to Broadcom's hyperscale partners, saying they're continuing to invest in AI chips and in Broadcom solutions for their data centers. So this is just a testament, really, to the fact that all of the big tech companies are still spending big on AI.
Is this enough to, I'm not going to say save the industry, It doesn't need saving. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Is it enough to
Intel
change?
needs saving.
Intel
That's for
does need
sure.
saving. That's true. They're still looking for a new CEO, by the way. Is it enough to reverse what we've seen happen since DeepSeek?
I don't know. But one thing I'll say, just on the bullish side of the U.S. chips industry, is there is not enough emphasis put on the fact that what DeepSeek proved is that you could build an AI model at a fraction of the cost.
Did they prove it? Did they prove it?
They did prove it. I mean,
Okay.
I would say definitively they came up with some technological breakthroughs that allow that to happen. And Alibaba recently released its own AI model.
We talked
that
about this
allows
earlier.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, then I won't tread on old territory. What I will say is that is all the building of AI models. You know what it doesn't talk to is the maintenance of the AI model, the infrastructure necessary in order to handle the onslaught
You're
of
talking
customers.
about the inference.
DeepSeek can't even keep up with its own demand. It's having to restrict, and that's where you get into this AI infrastructure. Oh, that's why OpenAI is talking about building like $500 billion worth of infrastructure through Stargate starting in Texas. It's not because it's expensive to build an AI model. It's because it's expensive to keep it up.
So what
that's Broadcom is.
specifically in Broadcom is different from what we got from NVIDIA? Because you mentioned NVIDIA, you mentioned Marvell, and you said, you know what, that was wrong in terms of them being so beat up. So what's the big difference?
And that's why it's an unfair question, because they all fell really well in line. I think NVIDIA was a beat on several metrics. Maybe this is the market waking up to the fact that, you know, it's not going to be a major, like, huge, you know, home run beat every single time like NVIDIA. They've had some time to digest NVIDIA. They've had a day to invest Marvell. They're back down to earth for Broadcom, maybe. Not necessarily that Broadcom is different as much as the market is realizing and coming back to earth on some of these expectations.
So the
maybe?
expectations have been reset a little
That's
bit.
right. Like that's my
Broadcom?
working theory,
Well-
right? We may see Broadcom reverse. You know, that's to be sure. It's only been a few minutes.
And we haven't had the earnings call yet. I should say NVIDIA shares are higher by about 1.1%
Pull 'em
in
up.
sympathy with Broadcom.
And I haven't checked Marvell. I don't know what they're doing, but
well,
like
there's
maybe
only,
people
I mean,
are
it was the
giving
worst
back
day
to
for
them.
Marvell in 20 years.
AMD is up 0.8%, 0.6% here in the aftermarket.
Marvell's up 1.2% in post-market.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, maybe the market is like, oops, we thought they'd knock it out of the park every quarter, but it's not necessarily going to be every quarter.
So is it that they talk about the outlook in terms of AI semiconductor revenue? Is that the important one? And they talk about $4.4 billion in the second quarter. That's outlook. What was the estimate? Do we know?
I don't have the estimate right in front of me, but it was a beat. And here's the thing is like, yes, it is a very big part. As I said, it tells the story of the hyperscalers very well and where they're continuing to put their CapEx. Obviously, the other big part is Apple. I think the last time I checked, Broadcom's market still relied very heavily on Apple demand. I think it's about 15% of their overall. And so I think that people are going to want to listen in on this earnings call and understand where the Apple spending is and whether it's going to be as robust as it has in the past.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the supply chain analysis. It's a favorite function for all of us here on the Bloomberg. It looks like Apple's about 15% of the revenue for Broadcom, followed by Alphabet, Meta. Alphabet's about almost 9%, Meta about 4%. Amazon is just under 1% in terms of their revenue. Just a quick reminder, folks, we're following Broadcom. The stock is now up more than 9% here in the aftermarket. Our read-through from Ian King, Broadcom, a chip supplier for Apple and other big tech companies, gave an upbeat revenue forecast, reassuring investors that spending on AI computing remains healthy. Sales will be about $14.9 billion in the 3-month period ending May 4th. Analysts had an estimated $14.6 billion on average, though there were some projections that surpassed $15.1 billion. We know that there are often those outliers, and I just want to also say Ian reports that Broadcom's report suggests that a historic boom in AI spending is still strong, which is exactly what we've been hearing from our own Lynn Dewan. And again, the stock up about 8.6% in the aftermarket. All right, so yeah, I'm thinking about, you know, you're going to go out and write some research. We're going to have a show tomorrow. And, you know, are we likely to see some follow through? We see the names moving in the aftermarket. Are we likely to see some follow through tomorrow?
I would hope so. I mean, I think that this was a big wake up call. I think that the markets have been able to factor in what they already sold off on NVIDIA and Marvell. I think one big sort of longer term uncertainty and question mark maybe for the Broadcom call is, as you all were talking about right before Broadcom Trump, the trade wars, how they'd affect all of these chip manufacturers. A lot of their supply chains, as you can see on the SPLC function, are abroad, if not all. And so, the question remains how much that will squeeze profits, even if the hyperscalers are spending at the multi-billion-dollar level.
And we know leaders are going to be down in Washington
on Monday.
A lot of tech leaders. But you do wonder, as we just heard from the president, he's still moving ahead with stuff. He may delay, and we'll see whether we get another delay or whether we get changes. But we continue to see the expectations
and whether
that he's
there are
going to stand
carve-outs
pat.
and exemptions. That's a big question mark this time around.
I'm still looking at the Broadcom chart because I remember 3 months ago we were sitting here looking at the absolute surge following earnings in just a few days, basically from the end of November to early December. To the middle of December, that stock shot up by more than 55%. But since then, shares are down about 28%.
Really
Is that trade war? Is it DeepSeek? What has led to sort of the post last quarter malaise when it comes to Broadcom, or is it the whole chip sector?
It's a combination for Broadcom. It's not just DeepSeek. DeepSeek brought everybody down, right, quite considerably. It is some uncertainty out of DC, but it's also just competition. I mean, Broadcom, let's face it, is not NVIDIA. And it was slow to come around. And, we had a great headline. I was just pulling it up to say it in December where we said Broadcom's NVIDIA moment has finally arrived. That's because it was a bit of a laggard. And now it's being brought down by the rest of the market. So like I said, this was the report that they really needed because they have seen what I saw as like a 22% route through today's close.
Remind us what Broadcom does, because I feel like we throw the semiconductor, the chip makers all into one lump, and then we talk to you or we talk to Ian King or someone else from our BI team.
They get out the whiteboard.
And just say, guys, what they do. So what is it that Broadcom does and why this is significant too with AI?
I remember us talking about the entire chip supply chain from ASML that makes the machines that make the chips to, ARM, which is like the designer of the chips. Broadcom actually fits in two categories. One, it designs the chips and it also supplies and makes the chips. But it also supplies the infrastructure software solutions at the data centers themselves, which is what they were talking about.
So that they can make their own chips that are for
so
what they need?
Can connect everything.
The
data centers,
okay.
Which is what the CEO was talking about in his statement, not just the fact that the hyperscalers are increasing the demand for their chips themselves, but also the solutions within the AI data centers.
Company competitor would maybe the biggest competitor would be like an AMD, for example.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that NVIDIA is a competitor if you could even put them in the two, in two spaces together. Qualcomm is another competitor. Intel is another one. They all belong in the same bunch. Broadcom sort of surprised everyone earlier with their rally that actually brought them into the $1 trillion territory for the first time.
Right.
So, one could argue that they're in the big leagues as opposed to Intel and Qualcomm and AMD, which are much smaller than them at this point.
All right, guys, just a quick snapshot. We're talking with our own Lynn Dewan, Bloomberg News Managing Editor of Technology and Global Security. Broadcom gave an upbeat revenue forecast, so some reassurance for investors about the spending on AI, that it does remain healthy. As we mentioned, sales will be about $14.9 billion in the upcoming quarter, and that compares with $14.6 billion, the street estimate. We do have shares of Broadcom. They are up about almost 9%, just shy of 9% here in the aftermarket. And we have seen some other names. NVIDIA up about 1% in the aftermarket. Advanced Micro up about 0.8%. Marvell, which Lynn highlighted before, up about 1.5%. And as Tim mentioned, Broadcom is down, though, 23% on the year. We'll get a different trade, it looks like, though, in tomorrow's session.
You mentioned Hewlett-Packard Enterprise as well. Shares are struggling. The company gave a weak profit outlook. It's going to eliminate 3,000 jobs. The company announced an annual profit outlook of $1.70 to $1.90 per share. That was below analyst estimates. It plans to eliminate about 3,000 positions. The company's server unit is experiencing issues, including discounting, higher costs, and a buildup of older gen semis that will affect profitability in the coming quarters.
Stock down 16% in the aftermarket, is down 16% here in 2025. Lynn Dewan, the call that we're going to get with Broadcom, what is it that is top of mind that you think has to be asked?
Apple. I
Really?
mean, oh yeah, like, Apple is very quickly shifting its supply chain. There will be questions about how much Broadcom will be a beneficiary going forward, especially considering the in-house efforts that Apple has to bring some of that manufacturing internally. As you pointed out a little earlier, like, while the hyperscalers are still, you said, are they the biggest source? Is that the key? I mean, Apple alone makes up the same amount percentage-wise of their revenue than those three hyperscalers combined, right? And so people will want some kind of breakdown, some kind of indication of that.
Do they get that specific? Do they get that granular?
I don't know if they will. I mean, I think that they've got to be asked a question or two about that. I think every single company that has major hardware like Broadcom needs to be asked the question about the tariffs. We had HP's CEO on Bloomberg TV not too long ago, and it was the first time that I heard him say we're seriously considering bringing some manufacturing back to the U.S.
We've seen that in a lot of earnings reports, right? Tariffs coming up a lot. If you just kind of search on those words, that has showed the frequency of it has come up a lot this year.
To that end, the NASDAQ this year down about 6.5%. Broadcom, depending on what happens on the call today, does it change the tone of tomorrow's trade? We saw a big sell-off today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it will be a struggle for anything to counter the fears over these trade wars and the fears over the increasing costs that it's going to result in, especially for the tech sector on the hardware side. Broadcom fits squarely within that. I don't know what Broadcom says during this call that is going to give the market any certainty in that regard.
I mean, their exposure is, I'm looking at U.S. $13 billion worth of revenue last year. China over 10 billion. Singapore, like, we get it, how this works, right? This is, a big indication of the global and the global supply chain, that so much chips go into everything, right? And that means they go everywhere and largely overseas. It's time for you to go.
Lynn's got to go. Lynn's got to go.
She is in demand. Lynn Dewan, thank you so much. So appreciate it. Lynn is Bloomberg News Managing Editor of Technology and Global Security, here with a rundown of what we are seeing in terms of Broadcom. And again, continuing to see it really soar in the aftermarket, now up about 9.5%.
Yeah, real flurry of earnings coming fast and furious. Someone who's been keeping track of everything in the moves after hours is Charlie Pellet. He is standing by. Hey there, Charlie.
All right, thank you very much, Tim. And here's what's going on. Yes, down day on Wall Street. Lots of earnings after the bell. I got you covered on that. And this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. As we have been reporting, Broadcom, a chip supplier for Apple and other big tech companies, gave an upbeat revenue forecast. The stock now up by 10% the quarter, reassuring investors that spending on AI computing does remain healthy. Reaction to the report from Lynn Dewan, Managing Editor of Technology for Bloomberg News.
You have Hock Tan, the CEO of Broadcom, saying in this earnings statement, we expect continued strength in AI semiconductor revenue. He points specifically to Broadcom's hyperscale partners, saying they're continuing to invest in AI chips and in Broadcom solutions for their data centers. So this is just a testament, really, to the fact that all of the big tech companies are still spending big on AI.
Bloomberg's Lynn Dewan interviewed moments ago here on Bloomberg Business Week. And again, stock reaction after ours. Right now, we have got Broadcom advancing by just about 10%. HPE, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, gave an annual profit outlook that fell short of investor expectations. It also announced plans to eliminate 3,000 positions. After hours, this stock is now plunging by 16%. Costco Wholesale slipping in late trading after the big box retailer posted profit that missed expectations, down 1.4%. Tariffs and tech weighing on markets today. The S&P down 104 points, down 1.8%. The Dow down 427, down 1%. Nasdaq down 483 points, a decline of 2.6%. 10-year 4.27%. 1%. The 2-year, 3.96%. Gold down 0.3%, $29.09 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude just about flat on the day, $66.34 a barrel. Bitcoin down 1.2%, 89,366. I'm Charlie Pellet for On Demand News, 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic live here at Bloomberg headquarters, our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Big story of something we've been following throughout the day, investors have, and markets as well. President Trump exempting Mexican and Canadian goods covered by the North American Trade Agreement, you know it as USMCA, from his 25% tariffs, offering major reprieves to the United States' two largest trading partners. So let's get an update. We also just heard from the president in a playback, a rather lengthy one, and on a lot of topics.
Bloomberg News White House editor Jordan Fabian joins us. Jordan, I'm having trouble making sense of the back and forth when it comes to the reprieve, when it comes to tariffs being on, when it comes to tariffs being off, what's exempted, what's not. What did we learn this afternoon about what happened behind the scenes that led to this delay or reprieve until April 2nd?
Well, it's similar to last month, Tim, where there was a big announcement on tariffs from Donald Trump, which triggered a furious lobbying effort by both the Mexican and Canadian governments, plus key sectors. We know that Donald Trump met with the head of Detroit's big three automakers, and he had phone calls in the days leading up to this deadline with Justin Trudeau and Claudia Sheinbaum. And look, to be honest, I'm sure the White House saw the market reaction to his decision to move ahead with those tariffs on Tuesday, and that could have certainly played a factor in their decision to reverse course.
But are they reversing course, or are they just delaying course?
Well, the president said today they're delaying course. I mean, frankly, Tim, it is a bit difficult to suss all this out because they don't have a ton of credibility right now on what their plans are and how serious they are about carrying them forward in the long term. I will note that April 2nd, which is just under a month from now, is that date where they said they're going to start to impose the so-called reciprocal tariffs and then sectoral tariffs on whole classes of products like automobiles, chips, pharmaceuticals. And so we'll see when that day comes what their plan is. But it's all been a little bit of slapdash, and it has the feeling of them, building the plane in the air, the speed with which they've tried to impose all these tariffs on trading partners.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I wrote to myself, does delay mean never or just a delay later? And I think, I guess time will tell, Jordan, on all of this. It does make it difficult for investors to try to understand the impact on companies, difficult for CEOs. What power do CEOs have? We know they're all making their way to the White House in making a significant change in policy. What insight or anything that you're hearing around that?
Well, we're in this new Trump era where the decisions are made by one man, Donald Trump, instead of how these tariff decisions are usually made, which is through a policy-making process involving a lot of people from the administration and Congress. He's doing this essentially all himself and with a group of close advisors, and so that makes him the center of the action. So if you're a CEO, it's essentially going into the Oval Office and essentially, kissing the ring or saying, laying out how devastating the tariffs might be for the U.S. economy. This has traditionally been a president who's been very sensitive to market moves, sort of viewed the Dow Industrial Average as a personal approval rating during his first administration. Mm-hmm. Now, today, he says he's not paying attention to the markets. It's hard for me to believe that, but that's what he says. And so, again, it's just all, you sort of have to play to the whims of one person. That makes it extraordinarily difficult for businesses and investors trying to sort through all this.
He did say he's not paying attention to the market, but he also said it's globalists who see how rich our country is going to be and they don't like it, essentially saying globalists are behind the stock sell-off. So just worth noting.
Yeah, which means I guess he is kind of watching it, right?
One would say that, yes.
Come on, Jordan. What is it? What is going on? Listen. Hey, I did want to ask Jordan though. Sure. There's the question about tariffs and whether or not the president will follow through with certain threats. And I'm wondering, given the way we've seen this play out over the last month and the way we saw it play out in the last couple of days, if the reprieve and the going back and forth makes the threats less of a threat.
Well, I think you saw it today, right, Tim, that Trump sort of went back again and tried to, put the toothpaste back into the tube, and the markets didn't really react today. You had the S&P and Dow closing down, and whereas before it seemed like every time he would give a concession, like he backed off tariffs on Colombia, he backed off the Mexico and Canada tariffs earlier in March, like the market reacted, like things went in a better direction as far as stocks and currencies, and that it seems to be that investors are starting to catch wise that the words coming out of Donald Trump's mouth might not necessarily be all they're cracked up to be.
Hey, one thing we wanted to do before, last question, Jordan, before we leave. Obviously, we know we highlighted the pause in the tariffs on Canada and Mexico until April 2nd. Anything that you think really was newsworthy of note that we want to make sure is emphasized with the Bloomberg audience?
Well, it's sort of a wonky exception, but they did exclude autos in the Canada tariffs, but also potash, which is a key input for fertilizers, which agricultural producers use, so AKA food prices. So they did include some tariff relief. They put that duty from 25% down to 10%. So clearly some sensitivity to the price of food, inflation, AKA the issue that got Donald Trump elected here as we're sorting through the effects of these tariffs.
All right, so appreciate it. Jordan, thank you so much. Jordan Fabian, he's Bloomberg News White House editor, joining us there from our bureau in the nation's capital.
Okay, well, this is related to politics, Carol. A story on the Bloomberg earlier today. This by our own Jeff Green, who covers diversity for Bloomberg News. It's about Robbie Starbuck. Some call him the anti-DEI influencer. He's got a message for companies who are making public but surface changes to their diversity policies. You are not off the hook. Starbucks has claimed victory for changes to DEI policies at more than 15 companies, from Walmart to Toyota, and he's continuing to check on companies to make sure that the retreat is real. Curious what Sherry Dunn thinks about this. She's DEI leader at ITBOM Training and Consulting. It provides online education classes for DEI. She's also a fellow at the American Leadership Forum. She's got a brand new book out. It's called Qualified, How Competency Checking and Race Collide at Work. She joins us this afternoon. Sherry, good to have you with us. Congratulations on the book.
Thank you.
What's happening out of Washington when it comes to DEI is something that a lot of companies right now are responding to. They're saying, hey, we are rolling back our DEI programs. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, well, I would say, first of all, Robbie Starbuck doesn't have a law degree. He is someone who has elevated himself and been elevated in the media to have way more knowledge and influence than he does. Diversity, equity, inclusion, affirmative action in the workplace has not been outlawed. In fact, a recent federal judge put a hold on many of the anti-DEI executive orders, primarily citing the First Amendment. Now, corporations have a right, as we know from Citizens United, to express themselves politically. And so the idea that corporations have to fundamentally alter what are legal elements of having a diverse workplace is hysteria. And now that hysteria has worked, and that hysteria has been very effective, but that is exactly what it is, hysteria. And there are companies we have seen where their shareholders have said, no, we're not going to abandon our principles and our workplace culture initiatives, because essentially that's what they are. Any corporation or business in this country that works internationally has been doing what we call diversity, equity, inclusion for years. That means understanding the workforce that they have, being inclusive of their needs, being equitable in their pay. So, my response to Robbie Starbuck and to people who fold is that you're folding because you want to, because he does not have, in fact, the weight of law on his side as it relates to workplace.
Do you think he has the weight of the way that Americans feel about these policies? As Carol mentioned earlier, we did have close to half the country vote for the president, and part of that platform did include the idea of rolling back what he said, his words are woke policies.
So a couple things. The 50% of the people who voted So that's not 50% of Americans. So we do have people who don't vote, a significant number. And, they may have woken up on one of these days since January feeling some kind of way about not having voted. But of those who voted, that percentage of people, they voted on what they believe the mis and disinformation about diversity, equity, inclusion is, perhaps. What some people now have come to believe, or rather, I should say, come to understand, is that their son or daughter who is autistic and who has accommodations in the workplace is part of diversity, equity, inclusion. Their child who has ADHD, who has accommodations in the workplace, is part of diversity, equity, inclusion. That diversity, equity, inclusion in no way, form requires hiring quote unquote unqualified people. But I will say that there has been an extremely effective disinformation campaign by Robbie Starbuck, the Claremont Institute, and others who have convinced a portion, and to your point, a portion of those who did vote, that somehow this scary monster is causing them issues, when in fact, for almost every single American, policies that we categorize as DEI are things that they benefit from.
One thing I wanted to ask you, because I feel like this is part of the issue, or some would say it is, when did diversity, Sherry, come to be equated with a lack of qualifications? Whether it's black, white, whether it's men, women, whether it's, like, take it wherever you may go.
Yes. Well, so in the book, I take us all the way back, because so much about who we are goes back to our origin story, right? And so, during Reconstruction in the United States, something we don't study much, which is a bit of a problem here. But during Reconstruction, the North came to the South to help reconstruct the South and provide opportunities for not just newly freed enslaved people, but folks who had been free in the North, Black folks who came to the South. And immediately, their presence was classified as unqualified, unintelligent, incapable of participation. And at the end of Reconstruction, which brings in Jim Crow, which goes until my lifetime, until I'm born in 68, the same narrative. So Reconstruction ends, and Black Congress people locally are kicked out of office in South Carolina, kicked out of office federally, under the pretense that they are unqualified to participate in the democratic process. So this is a historical story when it comes to African Americans, and any attempt to require or to pry open just the door of opportunity has been met. I mean, Andrew Jackson, I think it's Jackson, not Johnson, the president said, and this is after slavery, that any attempts to help the formerly enslaved will reverse discrimination. So that's the first reverse discrimination argument. Mm-hmm. So it really seems to be a response to pushes to have a multiracial, multi-inclusive workplace and society, and has nothing to do with the modality and everything to do with the ultimate aims.
So in your work that you do as a consultant for DEI, are you less busy, more busy than you were before the narrative started to shift?
That's a great question. I'm in Oregon, so I want to say that. So, I'm not in certain states where the states have outlawed the work. So I think there is a pullback. I think there is a fear. I know people are getting bad advice from attorneys. I had a client say to me that they had a law firm tell them that affirmative action no longer existed and they can't recruit from HBCUs.
And we should know you did go to law school, so you can say a thing or two about good or bad advice from an attorney.
Yes, Northwestern Pritzker Law School, right. So to have a law firm say that to a client was just shocking, And so I've seen more coaching. I'm doing more individual coaching. And of course, right now I'm promoting my book and I'm doing that kind of work. But I would say overall, there's definitely been a depression in the market for the work, which is unfortunate because my work is also about cross-cultural communication, how we communicate better in the workplace across our differences. My work is also about business strategy. I worked with a top consumer brand company to figure out how to have a blow dryer that's more accessible. That's more money, more market share. So it's unfortunate that this kind of chilling, you are definitely seeing it. But then again, like I said, I'm in a state where we'll probably see it less because we have a lot more state level protection and desire to continue in this work.
Is that where it happens? Does it happen at the state level? Because it's getting at the federal level, we know what's happening. So is this going to be up to the states?
Well, I think partly the states create that fear. And, in Texas, Texas itself is enacting its own laws. And then the federal, so that's creating a lot more of that, fear tunnel of fear. But I would say that states will try. And it sounds like this administration no longer believes in states' rights when it comes to certain things. And so consequently, states may have to go to court for their ability. And I also think corporations are going to have to put on their big boy and big girl pants. Citizens United has given them a roadmap. Now, Citizens United as a case, just in a very simple explanation, holds that corporations have the ability to have political speech. And I would say that attempts to prevent a corporation from engaging in diversity, equity, inclusion work, which we can define multiple ways, puts them at a market disadvantage, both locally and internationally. And so I actually think corporations are going to have to put their big boy and big girl pants on and take some of these issues to the mat. There is no world where DEI mandated hiring of unqualified people. That is a myth. That's the same myth that came with affirmative action. What it says is, how can we make sure, and the EEO supports this, the Equal Employment Opportunity Act supports this, is how can we make sure that we are reflecting our communities, that we are recruiting, and that we are making opportunities for advancement. That is currently all legal. None of that is illegal. And so corporations need to lean into that, and they need to be willing to push back. Because after DEI, what's next? What's next with the overreach into what you do as a corporation?
Hey, one last question, Sherry. Since you are working with companies, so you have some, front seat to what they are actually doing, are you finding your services more in demand than ever before? And are you seeing some fear, though, in the corporate community about policies that might get the attention of the White House?
Yeah, definitely seeing fear. I think, and that's the whole purpose, is to create this fear-based situation where, and I hate to use the phrase, but comply in advance, right? But it's to create a fear-based situation where people, and again, it's not the law. The law has affirmative action in the workplace. DEI is not outlawed. The Supreme Court decision in Harvard is a very specific, narrow decision related to admissions in colleges. It's going to take a separate Supreme Court decision should it come regarding workplace. So yes, a lot of fear, a lot of questions about language. What language can you use? What can you say? What can you not say? And like I said, I find myself countering some of the supposed guidance people are getting from law firms and lawyers who should know better. But lawyers do tend to be very conservative, so they're, again, trying to get people to comply in advance. But in this case, I just urge companies not to do this, because this is not just a moral issue. It's also a business issue. And, Target is seeing that, other companies are seeing that.
All right, we have to leave it there. I'm glad we could get some time with you. Obviously, a very relevant conversation and topic in our environment. Sherry, thank you so much. Sherry Dunn, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Leader at ITBOM Training and Consulting. Her new book is called Qualified: How Competency Checking and Race Collide at Work.
Well, it's the all-American ETF empire that drew billions and a regulator's eyes. Emily Griffeo and Max Abelson write about how tropical travel and nights on the town helped First Trust sell funds with high fees. Emily Griffeo is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter, and Max Abelson is Bloomberg News finance reporter. They both join us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Let's start with the man who you mentioned in the first line, Jim Bowen. Who is he?
So Jim Bowen is the CEO of First Trust. First Trust is based in Wheaton, Illinois. It's a suburb of Chicago. And Jim Bowen has been the CEO of this ETF company for about 3 decades. He made $34.8 million in 2022, our reporting shows, which in the low margin business of ETFs is pretty impressive. And that even stacks up against what Jamie Dimon made ahead of JP Morgan. So he runs First Trust. And he's pretty much been at the helm of this firm, a salesman for all of these years.
All right, a lot of financial folks make a lot of money at different firms. Max, come on into the conversation. Why is this one in particular kind of interesting, and why are you guys writing about it?
Thank you so much. Well, first, before I say absolutely anything about this story or Jim Bowen or First Trust, I just want to say that working with Emily has been so much fun. I've been so impressed with her journalism, and it's been a blast to be a part of this. I was thinking this morning right when the story came up that one of the things about being a reporter is that sometimes you start a story and you just you just sort of, a part of you or all of you, just where it's going to end up. And what was fun for me about this is that where we ended up just basically practically had nothing to do with where we started. Wow. And what we ended up learning about and telling readers in Business Week, I hope listeners out there read the story, basically answers this question that rivals or admirers kind of, we found scratched their head, wondering, is there a secret sauce here? Because ETFs is not an industry where you go to make a ton of money. It's been a race to the bottom in fees. First Trust is small, it's relatively quaint, and yet they have been making a lot of money. And what we have found is that their sales culture, I think a fair way of putting it is that they sort of go up to the line and then potentially cross the line that's set by the industry of what is allowed when it comes to wholesalers, which is the phrase you use for the salespeople here, selling ETFs to the financial advisors who then sell it to, my mom or my aunt or yours and your neighbors. And we really discovered a world of, Hermes scarves and $70,000 alcohol bills.
I mean, it's kind of like the pharmaceutical industry is what it is. What
Or
it
used to be.
Or used to be. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's what it
Perks.
is. Yeah. Is that not okay in the finance industry?
Well, Matt Levine, who's celebrating his 10th anniversary, writing Money Stuff exactly today, pointed out, and I think this is a very fair point, that at the end of the day, our story is not about an axe murderer where there is some corpse on the floor. It's much more nuanced. It's a gray zone. I think that actually one part of the finance industry is that it does not say you cannot do this if you're at $39, but you can do this if you're at $38. That the rules are a little bit more foggy. Now, I should say, in addition to that we did find emails. There's one in particular that says, pay to play is
Obviously illegal.
Obviously illegal, but we have wholesalers, what's the phrase, doing it repeatedly?
Doing it repeatedly. This was a managing director, our reporting showed, that said in an email, you guys are doing this. It's illegal. You need to stop. You're going to be fired. It is a gray line, though. One of FINRA's regulations and how they kind of go about teaching different ETF companies about wining and dining is that you can't do anything that is so frequent or extensive as to raise any question of propriety. So it's not exactly clear, well, what's frequent, what's extensive?
There's a lot of gray there.
Some people, when they talk about it, though, say you know it when you see it, but others do say it's a gray area. One thing that's pretty clear is dangling something in exchange for a sale, saying, I'll get you this if you give me that.
Transactional.
Yeah.
In a clear way. And was that going on?
Our reporting shows that potentially, yes, was going on.
Yeah,
you have to read the story.
At least according to the way that First Trust people were sort of bragging to one another,
in emails.
I've mentioned our fun sales insight forums, which are their phrases for these sort of big all-expense paid trips or personal coaching, and then guess what? Pretty soon we were closing a big deal.
So, Emily, you cover ETFs. You said it's a low-margin business traditionally. Yes, you have the Vanguards of the world with just several basis points of fees. Then you have specialized ETFs which have higher fees. Where are they making the money here?
So their average expense ratio is it's above 70 basis points.
Okay.
Vanguard's expense ratio it's near zero for all of their funds. So across First Trust's lineup of ETFs, whether it's buffer funds, whether it's index funds, whether it's a more enhanced indexing strategy, every category, the funds were more expensive than the top competitors. Sometimes it was almost twice as much. Sometimes it wasn't that much, but every category, they're just pushing up a little bit against what you would expect to be paying for that.
But that's because they perform so well, right?
Well, that's a foggier picture. I mean, listen, to be fair, First Trust has some funds that have done absolutely gangbusters.
Almost all of their fixed income is really good.
And they have the small crypto offering last year that I think was absolutely amazing. But in addition to that, a lot of their big funds have underperformed rivals and cost more. You know,
or just been mediocre,
or just
middle of the pack. And
that's
you
the right way of
don't
putting it.
pay to have middle of the pack. You pay up to get outsized performance. You don't pay to just get what you could just get paying zero and get the S&P 500.
Where do that, and Max, I don't want to use the wrong terminology here, but the people who then sell these to your mom or your aunt or my neighbor, as you put it, where do they come in? In some cases, aren't they fiduciaries, and aren't they supposed to have the best interests of their clients at heart?
Moving slightly away from the language of fiduciary, which I find extremely nuanced and kind of changes depending on who you're looking at. I think the way that Emily and I were thinking about this is that if it's true, what was in the email, for example, we have people doing pay to play, doing repeatedly, you should stop that. If that's true, what that could mean is that our moms or aunts or everyday investors who are buying these First Trust products from the advisors were theoretically just simply paying more than they should have, paying more than the funds are worth. That's sort of the possibility that looms large. And, you know, on the idea of sort of what you pay for, I just want to mention my background. Just, you know, what I do is I'm really a Wall Street reporter. And what I really cover is Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan and these worlds that are really dog eat dog and eat what you kill and competitive. And it was really fun for me to learn about the world of ETFs, where the whole brilliant genius of it is a certain kind of averageness. And that makes it complicated if you're behind the ball.
What does First Trust say about all this?
They did not respond to multiple calls and multiple emails and requests for comment.
And 10 seconds left. Where are we? And what's like?
The FINRA investigation is still ongoing. Our reporting shows. So maybe we could be waiting to hear. And people are still buying First Trust funds. They're still getting positive inflows.
They're still very popular, but we'll be watching. We'll keep you posted.
All right, great stuff. Love these deep dives, and just a company that is so interesting in terms of what they are doing, and you know, you guys reporting it all out. Thank you. So appreciate it. Emily Grafeo, cross-asset reporter at Bloomberg News, along with Max Abelson, finance reporter at Bloomberg News, both in studio, and you can find it. It's a Business Week story on the terminal and also at Bloomberg.com.
Hey, just a reminder about how things looked in the equity markets today. Not a good day if you are long this market. The NASDAQ Composite down 2.6%. The Dow down 1 full percentage point, and the S&P 500 down 1.8%.
Yep, looking at shares of Broadcom in the after hours, guys, up about 9% in the aftermarket. So maybe the AI trade is once again kind of interesting to the upside. All right, that's going to do it for us. Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
President Trump granting tariff reprieves to Canada and Mexico today, but only on goods covered by the USMCA and only until April 2nd. We'll get reaction ahead from Democratic Congresswoman Robin Kelly of Illinois.
The trade volatility fueling market volatility, with major equity benchmarks sinking to the lowest since before Election Day. Our political panel weighs in on how that might influence the president, even as he insists today he's not looking at the stock market.
And we'll bring you an important conversation with two members of President Trump's cabinet, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum and Energy Secretary Chris Wright, talking with us from an LNG facility in Louisiana. Thanks for joining us today on the Thursday edition, the late edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. So much talk about tariffs this week. The market has been tearing itself apart, and we did get an update today.
Indeed. This afternoon, President Trump signing an executive order modifying the 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada and pauses on those two countries for USMCA goods until April 2nd.
It basically makes it more fair for our car manufacturers during the short-term period before April 2nd. April 2nd is a little bit different. That will be much more significant. But this during this interim period between now and April 2nd, this makes it much more favorable for our American car manufacturers.
This is the same just for Mexico, sir, the previous one.
Same thing for Mexico.
That's
One for
exactly right.
Canada, one for Mexico.
Yes, sir.
One for Canada, one for Mexico. And joining us now with the latest on the president's executive orders today, Bloomberg's Kate Sullivan. Kate, it's great to have you at the table. Welcome. This has been a real guessing game for a lot of people. You've, of course, been deeply tied into this administration. You covered Donald Trump on the campaign trail. He would say promises kept, but we're just having trouble following the ball as the market is on a daily basis. Are they figuring this out as they go?
You know, it has been such a roller coaster this week. I know I don't need to tell you guys that with the tariffs, all of the back and forth on this. And I think really what we're seeing is Trump's negotiating style and his tactics really on full display here, how he approaches these things. And I think Trump and the White House would argue, I think they're feeling good about this right now. And I think that they would argue that they've had success with this strategy, even as there's been so much chaos and confusion and changes this week, because ultimately they have gotten Canada and Mexico to take real steps to increase border security. That's something that Trump talked about a lot on the campaign trail. And then to curb the flow of fentanyl coming across the U.S. border. I think White House officials are still waiting to see Canada and Mexico both take more steps when it comes to that. There's a chance they're signaling an openness to making this very temporary pause, as you mentioned, more permanent. We heard Howard Lutnick say today, you know, hopefully Mexico and Canada will have done a good enough job on fentanyl that this part of the conversation will be taken off the table, because as you mentioned, this is still set to all go into effect on April 2nd. It's just a temporary pause.
Well, yeah, they are casting this as the drug war. The actual trade war part perhaps comes later on April 2nd when it's reciprocal tariffs on everybody. They seem to be just pushing everything toward that date. Are we likely to get an extension of that one as well, or is that the day that really everything comes down and on a permanent basis?
You know, it's a great question. We actually just don't know at this point. I think, you know, we've seen, like I said, this is part of Trump's sort of larger negotiating strategy. I think we've seen, even if they were to go into effect, it wouldn't be surprising if then they were to be lifted. And I think, you know, the Commerce Department right now has been clear that these different tariffs would vary country by country. They're still trying to figure out what these different rates are going to be. But one thing I would say, just how the White House and Trump are feeling about the effects that American consumers might feel on this, I think I would just highlight, you know, it was so striking to hear Trump a couple of nights ago really acknowledge that the average American might feel some of these effects. I think you don't typically hear this kind of language from him. He said, you know, there will be a little disturbance, but we are okay with that. It won't be much. And then to farmers specifically saying, you know, there might be an adjustment period. I just want to highlight that because it's so unlike Trump to hear him talk about any kind of downside to a plan that he has. You know, he speaks in such hyperbolic terms. And so I think that was a really notable concession from him and really reflects the volatility that we're seeing in the stock market, because ultimately, you know, we know that Trump, more so maybe than any other president, really views the stock market as a barometer for success.
All right, Bloomberg's Kate Sullivan, thank you so much. And on the note Kate was just talking about, we do want to have more on how tariffs already are influencing the economy with Bloomberg's Amara Amokwe. So I look at the trade balance data today specifically. A record U.S. trade deficit in January, a 10% surge in the value of imports. Everybody's trying to get ahead of these things, basically.
That's exactly right. And that data just shows that many businesses were trying to get goods into the U.S. because there is all this uncertainty around tariffs, as you all were just talking about. I talked to a small business out in Idaho the other day, and she said she ordered a year's worth of supplies from China to get ahead of tariffs. She was just scared that she was going to get hit, and she didn't want to absorb those costs. And so uncertainty is really the name of the game right now, and we're starting to see that show up in some of the economic data. We've seen a souring in consumer sentiment. We've seen a move up in inflation expectations, at least in the consumer data. And so all of those things are raising fears that the Fed may find itself in a position where it has still elevated inflation and possibly slowing growth, stagflation, and nobody wants that. And so that's where we are.
The job market aren't exactly helping either. That Challenger number this morning gave us a little bit of an indication of what these federal worker layoffs could mean for jobs going forward. We'll get the monthly report tomorrow. I realize it may not be in that data, but we're going to hear from Jay Powell tomorrow as well. This might be the last time for a minute.
Yeah, we're going to hear from him for the last time before we head into the blackout, before the FOMC's March meeting. I think that the headline numbers tomorrow, the headline job numbers, are still supposed to look solid. Unemployment is supposed to hold steady, a pickup in job creation. But the question is, going forward, are we going to see some of these DOGE cuts? Are we going to see this uncertainty that businesses are feeling translate into the job market and result in a slowdown in hiring and actual layoffs? We've been in a position where there haven't been a lot of firings. And so the question is, do firings pick up? And that would also complicate the picture for the Fed.
We'll put this all together, and hasn't been great for the markets. Bloomberg's Amara Mokwe, thank you so much. Meeting us here at the intersection of Wall Street and Washington will be Romaine Bostick. As just moments ago, President Trump was asked about the recent market volatility. Take a listen.
President Trump, what's your thought about why the markets are so spooked? Do you think they don't like the tariffs, or do they not like the uncertainty with some of the changes and the carve-outs?
Well, a lot of them are globalist countries and companies that won't be doing as well because we're taking back things that have been taken from us many years ago.
Joining us now with how the market is reacting to these tariffs, or talk of them, Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick, aforementioned in New York. The market's speaking pretty loudly here, Romaine.
Yeah, they're speaking loudly here. We talk about the superlatives here, Joe. We talk about an S&P 500 now down not only since the election, so basically that Trump bump erased back down to its levels from November 4th, but more importantly, it's now down almost 7% from that all-time high that was just set back in mid-February. The Dow down about 6% from its all-time high. The NASDAQ now flirting with correction territory, 9.5%. And it's raising a lot of questions, Joe, as to what's driving it specifically. We know it's the chaos out of Washington, but is it the uncertainty, or is there a real material impact to the economy and the bottom line? You were just asking one of our own folks there whether that's going to show up in the numbers tomorrow. The answer is no. Is it going to show up in corporate earnings, at least the corporate earnings that we're getting now and over the next couple weeks? Certainly not. But we are hearing commentary from executives at Best Buy, at Costco, at Walmart, a lot of those front-facing, consumer-facing companies that have made it clear that they expect higher costs for themselves, and they've made it clear, Kaylee and Joe, that if you're a customer, expect higher costs for you as well.
Well, so Romaine, if we're listening to what corporate executives are saying, and we're paying a lot of attention to what the executive branch is saying, is anyone really going to be paying that close attention to what Jerome Powell says tomorrow, or is monetary policy just not as much of a factor right now?
They're going to pay attention to it. I don't think they're going to hear what they want to hear, Kaylee, which I think is kind of the question you're getting at. I mean, the Fed has made clear that it's going to sort of wait and see. They want to see the impact, the potential negative impact, I should say, of what's happening in Washington. They want to see that show up in the hard data, and it's just not doing that. We've seen it show up in survey data. Survey sentiment is definitely lower than what it was, but it hasn't shown up in the numbers that the Fed cares about most, which of course are growth numbers, consumer spending numbers, and inflation numbers. Now, that could happen in the months to come, but until then, the Fed's probably not going to budge. We heard from Fed Governor Waller earlier today, who reiterated just that. If I had to make a bet, my guess is Jay Powell will reiterate something similar. Don't forget, Kaylee, we're going to hear from at least 3 other Fed members tomorrow. So on the heels of that economic data we get in the morning, and whatever the market reaction is to that, they do have a chance to address investors, and maybe, more importantly, Kaylee, address the one person who probably matters most, and that's the guy sitting in the Oval Office.
I figured that's who you were talking about. Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick, thank you so much. Yeah, and still ahead, we'll talk more about these tariffs and the impact specifically on the 2nd Congressional District in Illinois. Its Democratic U.S. Representative Robin Kelly joins us next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
the goal is to make sure that we actually do bring down these barriers that are impeding the flow of goods out of America, hurting American manufacturers, bring down those barriers for everybody across the board. And if we can get that reciprocal agreement, that'll actually be something that will be long-term more beneficial for American consumers.
That was Republican Congressman Ryan McKenzie of Pennsylvania on the early edition of Balance of Power today, sharing why he believes that tariffs will help domestic manufacturers. And joining us now for another view from Capitol Hill is his colleague from across the aisle, Democratic Congresswoman Robin Kelly of Illinois. Congresswoman, thank you for being here on Bloomberg TV and radio. When you consider tariffs, though they have been, at least in a large sense today, pulled back when it comes to Canada and Mexico, and what it will mean for your district in particular, which I understand has thousands of farms, what are you hearing from your constituents?
Well, I have 4,500 farms in my district. My district is truly urban, suburban, and rural. And I just had farmers in my office this week, and they are devastated. They're worried between the tariffs and between what happened with USAID. They are going to lose a lot of money. And they were, concerned about the USMCA, even though there's been a pause on it. But I think there's been a pause because Canada and Mexico pushed back on the president, and he's not used to that. But my constituents are very worried about the cost of groceries, the cost of clothing. It's going to be a tax on them if these tariffs go through.
Well, Congresswoman, it's great to have you with us. Donald Trump posted on Truth Social a couple of days ago that American farmers should increase their production ahead of tariffs taking effect. He said, "Have fun!" Exclamation point. I'm not sure if the farmers in your office were having a lot of fun, but is the idea here for long-term gain once they catch up with production? Does this benefit American farmers in the end?
I don't think my farmers see it like that. None of them have discussed it with me. And a lot of my farmers probably don't vote Democratic. And a lot of them, like I said, are very, very concerned about what's going on and disappointed. And they're already struggling. And this is not going to help them. And he may say it may help them in the long term, but they have to make it through the short term to get to the long term.
Congresswoman, as we consider things that constituents, we understand, in districts across the country have expressed concern about, there also is, of course, talk around Medicaid after the passage of the budget resolution earlier last week in the House. We got the score from the Congressional Budget Office yesterday on that, and I know that you sit on the Energy and Commerce Committee, which has been charged in that blueprint with finding $880 billion worth of spending cuts. According to the CBO, that isn't possible to do, slash that much without touching Medicaid, as the government only spends $381 billion on programs other than Medicaid or the Children's Health Insurance